of all places. We shut it down. No other administration would have ever done that.
You fire them, you fire their employees, you fire the managerial industrial complex around them. And I'll tell you this even further. Thank you very much. We got to go one step further than that. Because when a managerial cancer gets so bad in this country, you can't just reform that from on high. I come from the private sector. I know this. If you tell me that somebody works for me and I can't fire them, that means that they don't work for me. It means I work for them. It means I am their slave because I am responsible for what they do without having any power to determine it. Well, that can't be the position that the U.S. president has put in.
Wow. Wow. Well, hi there, folks. I just thought it's a Saturday. Let's get. I miss my mustache. Let's just get a little salty. Let's enjoy watching some CPAC streams. I'll tell you, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure as I look through here. What's going on? I see a bunch of different CPAC related streams, but nothing. Ooh, oh, the Epic Times. Yeah, nothing that is nothing that is clearly the, official stream. I don't see a C-SPAN stream. Let's have a look. Anyway, there was another CPAC event today, and I thought we could look at it, heckle it, have plenty o' chuckles, and maybe see if there's anything we can clip in this bad boy. Oh, my word. Would this be day 4 of CPAC? I suppose yes, it would. Well, if I see it, I'll rather if I see an update, I'll holler. But in the meantime, I am watching some of this live stream. I'm sorry, I also have it playing softly in the background. There's some wackiness happening. Ooh, I don't think I trust CNN-News 18, which seems to have 2 streams going simultaneously. Yikes. Oh, well, we'll give this one a play, because I know that fella.
The Soviet Union, they never put the shoes on our feet. They never put the phones in our pocket. We're in a codependent relationship with our enemy, and codependent relationships do not end well. The only question is who ends it first. The sooner we end it, the better for us. The later we end it, the better for them. And I think it is finally to say we are done with relying on an enemy to power our modern way of life. Some of this is going to be easy. It's the easy stuff. Abandon climate religion, the climate religion that shackles the United States while leaving China untouched. I don't know why more Republicans can't just say that.
Isn't it funny?
It's the thing you're not supposed to say.
Isn't it funny that they gotta pull the religion card? They got to accuse climate activists of having a religion about climate, as opposed to, just being concerned about the earth dying.
Digital fentanyl through TikTok, financial fentanyl in the form of the national debt that's created this addictive relationship to China. We declare independence. We're done with financial fentanyl, digital fentanyl, actual fentanyl. Some of this stuff we can agree on.
Financial fentanyl.
I appreciate the applause, but I also want to be really honest with you. My number one opposition, I'm 9 days into this presidential campaign, and the number one opposition I get to what I just told you actually comes from the Republican Party, a wing of the Republican Party that is so addicted to buying cheap stuff from China and expanding into the Chinese market that they're not ready to make that short-run sacrifice. I go further. I think it's important to be honest. If we want to declare independence from China, that means we got to be willing to ban most U.S. businesses from doing business in China until the CCP falls or until the CCP radically reforms itself, because there is no easy way out other than taking that Band-Aid and ripping it right off.
We actually talked about how to beat China yesterday in terms of economics, and it's first of all I gotta just interject. He's got a great suit. Look at that. Look at that tie. Oh, your old pal Jake loves that exact style. Why is this a-hole ruining it? We talked about how to beat China financially just yesterday, in fact. Abandon neoliberalism. They made the choice to actively avoid it. And as a result, they've been catching up with us, and they are likely to surpass us if they stay on this track. A ton of regulations, in other words. Tax the rich heavily, put tariffs up. Get rid of neoliberalism is the answer.
Our inner animal, it has leapt oceans to lift up places like China on the other side of the world, while their culture of Maoist victimhood came back to hold us down. I'll tell you this, when we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. That is what it means to be an American.
Ooh.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to do something tonight. I want to address
crowd.
I love the boisterous sides. I want to address it actually directly. I believe in free speech. Free speech is what it means to be.
Wait a minute. Let's look at that crowd. Did they get a good
an American.
shot?
Thank you.
I got a couple of empty chairs there. Somebody on their cell phone. Not exactly thunderous applause. Oh, boy.
Now, that's just a fact, okay? Now, next 6 months, it's possible as this goes, we'll get a little bit of name calling, and you know what? That's part of, what do you say, locker room talk, a little bit of trash talk on the court. Got to have some fun and handle it, but I think if you can't handle a little bit of name calling in this or have some fun, you probably shouldn't be the person sitting across the table representing this country in front of Xi Jinping either. But I will tell you something about my friend. He is misunderstood across this country. I know him. He cares deeply about national unity. I know you care deeply about national unity. I'm running for president because I care deeply about national unity. But here's the question. This is the question for the next year and a half in the conservative movement, in the Republican Party, and in America. Do we want a national divorce, or do we want a national revival? It's not going to happen automatically. Whatever it is going to be what we choose it to be. That is the question today. And I'll tell you, here's how we're not going to get national unity. We're not going to get national unity with somebody showing up in the proverbial middle saying, hey, can't we all hold hands, compromise, get along, kumbaya? No, that ain't happening. That ship has sailed long ago. You want national unity? Here's how you get national unity. You get national unity in this country by embracing the extremism, the radicalism of the ideals that set this nation into motion 250 years ago. Merit, free speech, open debate, self-governance over air.
Every accusation is a confession. Everything they say should be done to their enemies is a prescription for what to do to them. This guy, oh my God. Yeah, you know what? I think he does understand what's going on enough to be self-conscious about it, and he's right. Playing to the center is not the way to win over all of America. Simply not. There are too many people on the margins. You've got to convince the people who remain in the center, in other words, the people whose heads have been buried well in the sand, to come to your side.
We're so excited to be here, and this is such an important time for conservatives to come together. And I'll tell you why. The left has told us something that should put fear in the heart of every parent, and not just parents, every single person. They've said they're coming for our children.
When the hell did they say that?
Now, I don't know about you, but when it comes to kids,
What is she
I think
talking
the
about?
Republican Party has a duty. We have a responsibility, and that is to be the party that protects children.
They are literally the party that gets children
Now,
killed in
whether
school.
it's like Zelensky saying he
Literally.
wants our sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine.
When did he say that? When was that said?
Whether it's the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir literally singing, "We're coming for your children,"
What the hell is she talking about?
or it's a new disturbing ideology that tells the most incredible lie that children can actually change their gender before they've even grown up, before they've even finished
This is just
puberty,
hate speech.
before
Yeah,
they've
just bigotry,
developed
okay.
into an adult, before they're old enough to vote, before they're old enough to graduate from high school.
First of all, let's just be clear. There is only gender-affirming surgery for a tiny percentage of people. There's multiple checks to make sure that this person is in the right mental state for it, yada, yada, yada. Almost never for children, except for in extraordinary circumstances. And most importantly, America does not believe that liar on stage. Only the people, that narrowing group of people in that room,
But who
believe
knew
her.
this would become an even bigger battle? But then I started to learn about an industry that is turning into a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they have a target, or should I say a victim.
What the hell?
You see, their target is not adults that, adults can choose what they want to do. This isn't about adults. We're talking about people under the age of 18. Their target for their multi-billion-dollar industry are children. And everyone knows that when you're growing up, think about it. How many times did you say when you're a kid you wanted to be a fireman or a doctor or a police officer?
Oh, she's talking about cigarettes.
When you're an adult, but when you grew up, you became something else. My favorite thing to say that I did become when I was growing up is I wanted to be a mom. And thankfully, I am a mom.
Don't do the applause line on that. That's such a lame
But the victims of this
thing.
industry are kids.
What
And
industry?
These are kids who are
playing.
confused about who they are.
You're
And
not
they're confused
charismatic
about
enough
who
to
they
carry
are
the
because
speech,
of what
so
they're
just
seeing
say
on
it.
the internet, what they're seeing on social media, and they're also confused, many of them, because these victims of this billion-dollar industry that mutilates the genitals of children.
Okay, yeah. So it's just nonsense. I think it's hilarious that she's like, oh gosh, talking about how children are confused by the internet, bearing in mind that she herself had to try to abandon that QAnon nonsense by claiming to have been essentially swindled by fast-talking city folk on the internet. She fell for internet conspiracy theory, she said. In other words, she is them children's. As I don't know how she would say it in Georgia, but imagine I had a hokey Georgia, a charming Georgia accent. She is the children.
Cut off. That is a permanent damage to their body. They'll never be able to breastfeed their baby. And there are boys that are having their penises
I'm going to let this hate
turned
speech
inside
go
out.
for a little bit while I make myself a coffee.
These are
Oh!
kids. So last Congress, I did something radical and extreme because remember, Marjorie Taylor
You did
Greene,
a lot of
she's
things.
so
You
extreme.
did some terrorism. You assaulted other members of Congress.
I introduced
I'm
a
trying to put you
bill
in prison, lady.
called the Protect Children's Innocence Act.
I'm going to get that coffee.
Protect Children's Innocence Act. And let me tell you my great news this morning, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't pass last Congress because, like I said, Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and she doesn't believe in gender at all. But we
I
have a
would
new
defy
speaker
them to defy
in our
what they mean.
Republican majority in the House of Representatives.
She's running. Oh, she's still McCarthy's gal, huh?
And
Oh,
I'm
no.
going to be introducing my bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act, that will make it a felony to perform anything to do with gender-affirming care on children.
Oh, shit. That's actually harmful. Let's just remember that the Senate is Democrat-controlled, and Joe Biden is in the presidency to veto this hate bill.
And obviously, you all agree with me. But it's not just conservative Republicans that agree with this. This isn't a right-wing extremist idea, everyone, that we should protect children from making a horrible mistake, because many of these kids do realize it's a mistake and they hate what they've done to themselves. And then they're left with lifelong disabilities by the people that are making...
She just can't help herself. She just can't help calling herself out. She is clearly self-conscious of this. This isn't a right-wing extremist idea. It's a right-wing extremist idea. That's exactly what it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Good Lord.
Democrats, Republicans all over America that agree that we need to let kids be kids.
And those kids can be whatever gender they're supposed to be.
And while I'm still committed to
That
saying no money to Ukraine, and that country needs to find peace.
F that. Listen to that. Listen to those cheers. They are cheering. They are cheering for a country being invaded in the 21st century. These assholes are cheering for not giving support to a country that got invaded. These people got to go. She's got to go to prison, by the way, for her involvement in January 6th.
God is bigger. And
And religion war.
Our God is the God that created us, man and woman. In his image, he created us.
So God is non-binary. Good to know.
Our children. And because of him, we will get this bill passed.
Or
and the
intersex,
Republican
perhaps.
Party will be the party that protects children from such an evil that I cannot believe it exists in this time. Thank you so much, everyone. Listen.
Go to hell,
call
Marjorie Taylor
action.
Greene.
Call to action.
I see people waving. Oh my gosh, I see
So
Mike
they're-
Lindell. Mike Lindell's
Oh,
here.
this is gold.
Can you believe
So I guess
it? Thank
I
you,
guess
Mike,
News
for being
18
here.
is just playing the highlights. I'm having a blast though. I got to tell you. Let's listen to some Carrie Lake.
Friend. Love that man. I'm just so honored to be here. I have to admit, I am new to politics, as you all know. And I was at Matt and Mercy's house it was like a month ago, and we were talking
She attempted.
about CPAC. And they were so kind.
She attempted to be new to politics. She is, in fact, just some lady because she lost.
Wonderful, wonderful. I was very flattered. I did not realize how big of a deal this is, and that's why I'm literally shaking up here tonight, okay? You can't, I'm holding on so that you can't see my nerves, but apparently it's a really big deal to be standing up here speaking as the keynote, and I thank you, Matt and Mercy, for offering me this opportunity tonight.
It's
it means the world
it's
to
a
me. I knew
damn
that CPAC,
near
we all do, is at the
empty room, and she used to be, by the way, on TV in a major city every night. Nonsense that she's nervous to be up there.
It literally almost fell over. They're like, are you sure you can handle that? That's like a really big deal. So I'm incredibly full of nerves tonight. I'm still new to this. I haven't even hit my 2-year marker in politics, which kind of explains my relationship with the fake news, because I guess I'm still in the terrible twos. So that's why we have this relationship. I'm working on it. I'm trying to work on it. I'm not even technically a politician. I'm a citizen. I'm an American, right? Like the rest of you. I used to joke that when I was on the campaign trail, they would say, you're not a politician, you don't have political experience. I said, yeah, that's the first line on my resume. Trust me, that
That is actually a good line. I just think it's hilarious that that she did indeed point out, or at least lampshaded the thing that I was going to point out, or did point out, which is that she is not. She's not a politician. She's just some lady.
So anyway,
Cripes.
we're here. We're thrilled to be here. I am beyond blown away by the people in this crowd. I want to talk about some of the most courageous people that I do see in this crowd tonight. They are not.
A lot of oxygen masks.
Man has done more for this country and for election integrity than anybody in the country. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, God help
And
us.
he's the guy. People go, how do you stay so upbeat? And I go, well, when I'm down, I call Mike Lindell. You call Mike Lindell, and you cannot feel sorry for yourself because Mike is so upbeat and chipper. And so he's the guy. He's the reason.
Almost artificially upbeat. Almost like chemically upbeat and chipper.
Integrity, and I think we truly are saving our country. So thank you, Mike. Steve Bannon is somewhere in the crowd. Where's that
The
patriot?
traitor.
There he is. I love that man. He's a modern-day George Washington. I call him the patriotic stud muffin. How many of you wake up every morning with Steve Bannon and the War Room? Thank God. You're keeping us going, man. Thank you so much. These politicians want us to think that our problems are so big that it takes billions of dollars to solve them and decades of work required in Washington, D.C. Guys, it's not brain surgery, okay? But honestly, if it were brain surgery, we've got a guy for that as well, Dr. Ben Carson, and he's on our team. Where are you, Dr. Carson? Thank you so much. We have the smartest, we have the brightest, we have the sharpest people on our side. And we have the ideas and we have the solutions, and that's what it's all about. Going forward, we need to have these common sense solutions to solve our problems. I know we have Sebastian Gorka in the crowd. His family escaped communism. And
Good Lord. Okay, so let's change this up because I think this is perhaps too recycled. Let me change this out here. Or rather, the footage they're using, it's not a genuine live stream. But let's look at CNN talking about CPAC. Ooh. Not sure if you can hear that. Well, let's play it, see how it works.
Okay, Murdoch, here's the way it's going to be, brother. You've disrespected Donald J. Trump long enough, okay?
Ooh. Oh, this is going to be juicy. All right, let's listen to this from the beginning. I'm going to do the whole thing.
Steve Bannon attacking the head of Fox News, reacting to court filings that show that Rupert Murdoch, along with Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and others, knew that Trump's election lies were lies.
Okay, Murdoch, here's the way it's going to be, brother. You've disrespected Donald J. Trump long enough, okay? They don't respect you. Read the depositions. The deposition, they have a fear, a loathing, and contempt for you.
Oh my gosh, that is accurate. There is indeed, I don't know about a fear. There's certainly a loathing and contempt. Catherine Wolf says, "Hey Jake, get good and salty." Ooh, yes indeed. I think I'm gonna. Isn't Trump supposed to be there today? Yeah, I can't. I don't see what time. Let's take a minute and look that up. What time is Trump speaking today at CPAC? God help me. Ooh boy, Saturday afternoon. Yeah, I was kind of thought we'd have a little bit more detail. Do they not know? No, surely they have it. Donald Trump, this is from Newsweek. Donald Trump is due to address the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC, Saturday afternoon as the 4-day event reaches its climax. Time is what we're looking for. Just time. When is Donald Trump speaking? There we go. Oh, 5:25 p.m. Woof. I'm going to try to watch footage and heckle Republicans until then. And when we get there, again, this is, Catherine, you've correctly called it. This is Salty Saturday. I'm not trying to be constructive. I'm just trying to make fun of these dorks. So, I'm going to try to do that until Trump gets there, in which case I'm going to let him have it with both barrels. We have a lot of phony-looking live stuff. So I'm going to avoid that. But let's keep watching the CNN clip, because this Steve Bannon is a uniquely odious individual, and I look forward to him getting just heckled.
Murdochs immediately have to start covering President Trump.
Bannon calling Fox shareholders to take action, which is telling because, as we know from Tucker Carlson's own text messages, his motivation, at least he said at that time, for pushing what he made very clear he knew were lies about the last election was because he was upset about the company's stock price going down. He thought that would, protect it. Tom Foreman is out front with more on how Tucker Carlson went all in on the lies.
When Donald Trump lost the presidency,
many Americans will never again accept the results of a presidential election.
When Republicans fell short of their midterm goals.
It certainly looks like it's rigged.
And even now, Tucker Carlson keeps pushing unproven claims that Democrats are somehow cheating.
It is galling to be lectured about democracy by a man who took power in an election so sketchy that many Americans don't believe it was even real.
At Fox, election denialism has been broadly promoted by its many stars. But even there, Carlson's fervor has stood out from the start.
If you're a Trump voter and you suspect that this election was stolen, was rigged, you're onto something.
He has savaged the security of elections and the credibility of election officials.
The people in charge rigged the game.
He's repeatedly pushed wild conspiracies about machine switching votes and only occasionally said that's not been proven.
We're not really very serious about democracy if we're using electronic voting machines.
Never mind that such claims helped spur a massive lawsuit against Fox by the Dominion Voting Systems Company, which denies any wrongdoing. Never mind a Dominion filing in that case shows Carlson privately called accusations of election fraud with no evidence ludicrous, totally off the rails, and shockingly reckless. On air and online, Carlson has howled about how unfairly he and other conservatives are allegedly treated.
They are tying white nationalist terrorism to Trump voters.
Claiming Washington insiders are using the 2021 attack on the Capitol to smear patriotic, peaceful Americans.
It was not even close to an insurrection.
Court records even say when a Fox reporter dared to fact-check a false claim by the former president, Carlson quickly wrote, "Please get her fired. It's measurably hurting the..."
Hold on one second. So part of the idea behind this whole Salty Saturday thing is that we don't have to worry so much about, being constructive and yada, yada, yada. It's a nice recoup day. I'm saying this so that you fully appreciate what a wild theory this is. I don't have evidence. I'm just trying to guess where the cue ball will be as the billiards are scattering around the table. Hear me out. I think that CNN knows damn well that there is going to be an exodus from Fox. Or rather, I think there is going to be, as I've said many times on this channel, a division of the Republican Party. I think we're going to see MAGA go one way, GOP go another, the people that actually have like an idea of what conservative means in terms of political philosophy. I think they're going to separate from MAGA. I think this embarrassment just keeps going. Case in point, CPAC. It was attended only by the crazies. Why was that? Well, because one guy, the guy who runs the thing, is accused of aggressively pummeling somebody, sexual assault, essentially. And the other folks on stage are all toxic. They're election denying. They're either running for president or they are Trump himself. I guess he is also running for president. But like, there's not benefit to being there if you're going to go up there and say, hey, I believe in giving tax breaks to billionaires, and here's why. There is benefit to being there, I guess, if you're like, hey, your teeth are secretly radios and the water has chemicals that makes your son gay. Those people have benefit for being there. So the old-fashioned conservatives, they're going to have to go somewhere. I believe they're going to go join the Democrats. And when that happens, they are going to be looking at where they get their news from. And most likely, at least I think, the place they're going to go is CNN, because CNN has a lot of the old faces they will recognize and like on it. CNN is happy to run cover for corporations. They are happy to sell their souls to appease a corporation. And CNN doesn't have the stink on them that Fox does. So I'm just saying, I fully anticipate CNN 2 years from now to be what Fox was 6 years ago. Maybe with just a little bit more credulity in how they conduct themselves, because they want to differentiate themselves from Fox. But, like, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Please get her fired. Seriously, what the F? It's I mean, anybody who's serious about politics won't be able to ignore that.
Company, the stock price is down. Not surprisingly, Democrats were enraged when the new Republican Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, released all the security footage of the January 6th attack to Carson exclusively.
One of the people who's done more to destroy faith in this democracy than just about anyone else.
The man who is still not saying clearly and openly Joe Biden won and Donald Trump lost, fair and square.
Was the 2020 election a miracle? Honestly, we don't know. We don't expect to get an answer to it tonight.
We asked Fox for any further comment on this. They sent us this long release that they have where they basically argue in the Dominion case that this was a great big story and that everyone, including Tucker Carlson, was doing what journalists do, just asking questions. What's not clear here, though, Aaron, is these questions were asked in the wake of the election. That's a long time ago now, and they were all answered. There was nothing wrong with the election, nothing that would have made a difference. And yet, Tucker Carlson and some others just will not let it go.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. It is incredible to hide behind the just asking questions when you know that you're asking a question about something that is untrue. So by asking, you're having people believe it's untrue. That's what's at the heart of the case and the whole malice issue, but it kind of defies belief that they think anybody would fall for that. Out front now, Bill Kristol, who founded the conservative magazine The Weekly Standard, where he was Tucker Carlson's boss. Bill was also a Fox News contributor for a decade. So, Bill, this is what it comes down to, right? This whole, well, we were just asking questions.
Ooh, I can't wait for the tea. I can't wait.
Right? That appears to be the defense. You've known Tucker for many.
Okay, just to be clear, though, somebody who was your boss a few years ago is not exactly a bosom buddy, but at least he knows of Tucker Carlson professionally. I hope she doesn't overstress their relationship, though, because come on.
Years. Do you think that he really believed in the election lies? I mean, his text.
He's also a famously bad journalist.
Or are you surprised about how he said one thing on the air and was saying the opposite off air?
I mean, I haven't spoken to him for quite a while, so maybe he's changed some. But no, he doesn't believe the lies. He's lying. I mean, people are unwilling to just say the obvious fact. It's not that he's asking questions. It's not that he's a little bit disingenuous or says different things on air than off air, though that is the case, of course. He is consciously lying for the sake of power, for the sake of money, for the sake of celebrity, for the sake of his own, well, what he sees as his own stature in a Trump America, a Trump administration, certainly. And there you are. And that's true of others.
Bill Kristol, less funny than most Bill Kristols that I'm familiar with, but telling it like it is.
Fox as well, and Fox sanctions it. I mean, let's just be honest. This is not like a confusion or a misunderstanding or a little bit of lax.
See, they punch like Republicans too.
Administration by Fox.
Yeah, and one interesting thing too, when you think about it, is Bannon today. Right, Bannon coming out. Now, I know Bannon has kind of started to say he's more of the real right winger, right, the real voice of the people as opposed to Fox News. Okay, that's true. But what's interesting is it seems that Fox's hope has been that their base viewer will not pay any attention to any of this. They're not talking about it on their network. No one's going to hear about it. But Steve Bannon just went out at the top, conservative event and said, Fox News disrespects you. Don't have anything to do with them. Does that matter?
And that's, of course, because Steve Bannon remains a Trump supporter. Trump pardoned him for the crimes for which he was convicted. And Fox has turned to be for DeSantis, I guess, at Murdoch's direction. So there's a little fight here among the different kinds of liars and fraudsters, frankly. And, they're sniping at each other. But no, Fox. What's most interesting, I think, from what I've read of the deposition, is that Fox was most concerned not about the truth, not about doing something civically responsible to stop whipping people up, which ultimately led to January 6th, among many other bad things in our country. Fox was the opposite. Fox was worried that someone would get more extreme than they and take viewers away from them. That began to happen after they called the election correctly. For Arizona, called Arizona correctly on election night and proclaimed Biden the winner, which was true. And so they got worried that they weren't extreme enough. And that remains, I think, I see no evidence that Fox is changing its ways. I mean, is there a single piece of evidence that anyone at Fox is more responsible now than they were a year or two ago? The insurrection, January 6th, everything else that's happened.
Okay, so do you remember the other day when, in fact, Catherine, I think you might have been in this stream, if you recall. Do you remember the other day when I was talking about how we can take advantage of the fact that Fox can't really talk about this right now? Bannon knows Fox is a weakness. I think that's crazy. He's on stage right now, rather not right now, but he was on stage yesterday, saying to an audience that he needs to get separated from Fox. Don't pay attention to him. Don't care about what Fox does. Identify with a different news organization. Get your marching orders elsewhere. Interesting. I don't like Steve Bannon, but he has correctly guessed the temperature of things for a while. Like what America will need to hear in order to go fascist for a while. That is evidence that we are right. That Fox is a weakness right now, and we should exploit it. Let me look at that video. Was that arms jog? Hayes and taking advantage of Fox lawsuit. Yeah, that was yesterday. I stand by that, and I want to stress that the way to use this to our advantage is, I know it's Salty Saturday, I'll go back to just being salty. But the way to take advantage of this is to simply ask MAGA people, did you hear what they said about you? Because Fox can't cover this right now, they're in the unenviable position of not being able to prime their cultists with the wall of brain shutting down misinformation. Take advantage. Just ask people, ask MAGA people if they have heard exactly what Fox said about him. let's check out some MSNBC. I'm going to keep looking for whenever Trump is speaking. Put C-SPAN in here real quick. And I'll stop recording my other... Ooh, we got nothing. All right, well, let's look at this instead then. All right, this was on MSNBC yesterday. I'm going to switch up my recording. Going to jump to this here. Then I'm going to try that again. All right. Hopefully your old pal Jake can get a nice clean recording out of this. So this was on MSNBC yesterday. I thought you might enjoy having a look. They're talking about the nightmare that has been CPAC so far. I'm, of course, on standby to, as of recording, to watch Donald Trump speak later. However, is he speaking Saturday? Whatever, we'll see. But it's been already an absolute nightmare. Let's look at MSNBC and company discussing some of the folks that have appeared on stage, which include so many grifters. In fact, basically everybody selling something.
For years, the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC, has been one of the premier conservative gatherings in the country. If you wanted to be taken seriously in Republican politics, going to CPAC was basically a requirement. This year, though, the conference feels more like an infomercial.
Instead of supporting woke companies who hate you and use your money to further their political agenda. So go to Kim's Metals, it's kind of catchy, .com to learn more. That's kimsmetals.com.
That was Kimberly Guilfoyle doing a special live from CPAC version for show. You may know Guilfoyle as Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée. You may know her as a former Fox News personality. You might even know her from her $60,000 fee for a 2.5-minute speech on January 6th. At CPAC, Guilfoyle used her time to promote Mike Lindell's pillows. There they are, right there. And to urge retirees to invest their retirement funds in precious metals through her promotional website, where she gets a cut. If that sounds kind of grifty, take a listen to Donald Trump Jr., again, at what used to be one of the premier conservative gatherings in the country.
So if you're going to have a phone, you can give your money to AT&T and watch it get weaponized against everything that you believe, or you can go to Patriot Mobile. Like, it's that simple.
Amazing part about the cell phone service, Patriot Mobile, that Don Jr. is hawking here, is that the whole premise is to stop spending your money at woke cell phone companies like AT&T or T-Mobile or whatever a woke cell phone company is, and instead give it to a Christian conservative carrier.
Wait a minute. I had heard about the pillow thing, and I looked at part of this clip before. I forgot, or at least I didn't pick up that Donald Trump Jr. is hawking Patriot Mobile. That was the least smooth transition. That was the least smooth transition I have ever seen into a thing. Your country, your borders are not secure. People are coming to murder you with hatchets. And your cell phone company doesn't give you the kind of deal that I can recommend right now. Like, it's just... Oh, God. Yeah, it's humorous, but I don't see how serious conservatives can still be Republicans. I just don't see it.
But here's the thing. The Christian conservative carrier doesn't have its own national infrastructure, so it just rents excess capacity from woke cell phone companies like T-Mobile.
You're still paying
and
AT&T. Okay.
So its customers are basically owning the libs by paying Patriot Mobile, which then just pays the woke cell phone companies that Patriot Mobile claims they are the alternative to. Anyway, you can use the code Don Jr. for free activation. What I'm saying here is this is not the CPAC of the past. So my question is, what is it actually? And what does CPAC tell us about the modern Republican Party? Is it just one big grift? Joining me now is longtime Republican strategist Mike Murphy, who advised Republican candidates, including John McCain, Jeb Bush, and Mitt Romney. He is currently a co-host of the Must Listen podcast, Hacks on Tap. Mike, thank you for being with me this evening. There's no better person to talk to about this. I guess, let me just first
what a topic, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean,
grift.
when you think of the George Santoses and obviously Donald Trump with his ties and his vodka and his steaks, and even Alex Jones with his vitamins or whatever he sells, the conservative movement in the year 2023, it does feel like an infomercial. And I wonder how much you think the big con, the grift, is central to the party's identity at this point.
Well, Alex, first of all, I join fellow patriot Donald Jr. in urging our listeners, the true patriots out there, to make a check today out to Christians Against Secular Humanism, or CASH, because this is a grift pure and simple. They ought to put a fence around CPAC and put a bunco charge on all of them. It's unbelievable. I didn't know God had an opinion about cell phone companies. Yes, what's happened is Trump is shrinking in the party and CPAC is shrinking. But it is kind of the professional grassroots huckster wing of the GOP. So the good news is it's an outlier. It's not the sampling it used to be. Hell, when I was chairman of the College Republicans at Georgetown a million years ago, right after Reagan got elected, we'd go there and it was the best party in town. And it reflected the young energy inside the Republican Party. This thing now is a scam.
Well,
pure and simple, top to bottom.
Walk me through how that fits, though, in the ecosystem of the present-day GOP. There's a competing confab, the Club for Growth conference, where I think Ron DeSantis and Mike Pence and Nikki Haley, they're all speaking. That's kind of like the legit conference. But when you talk about the energy and enthusiasm, I mean, CPAC may be a clown show that is offering, $9.99 gold coins or whatever, but
hold up real quick before we go on here. That was the most old man joke I've ever heard. The cash, make it out to cash joke. And I loved it. I got a genuine chuckle out of me. I had my mic off. God help me. But humorous. Well done, sir. So I got to do a slightly more merciful. There we go. But just to be clear, the Club for Growth, yeah, that's back to good old-fashioned conservative values. That's just a donor club. Like, I think you gotta be able to write like a big check. You got to get into to be in Club for Growth. You're writing $300,000 checks. Like that's not for the average folks. One thing they are really understressing here, and I think otherwise Alex Wagner has done a great job, but they're really understressing, this isn't the they're not getting the average American's opinion here. He was talking about young energy in the Republican Party. Never existed. It has never existed. The closest they've come is like having a significant amount of 40-year-olds. There aren't young people that think, oh yeah, GOP, they seem to know how to run things. No. That's never been a significant belief amongst youngsters. Second, I really think they've underestimated, or rather overestimated, how important corporate media is to QAnon. Corporate media, it ain't the final say that it used to be. It is a suggestion only. It's sort of inverted with QAnon. Used to be, you hear a rumor on the internet, you go see if some news people can confirm it. QAnon treats whatever the news says like the rumor, and whatever crazy Uncle Jerry says as the gospel truth. So, without understanding that dynamic, they're setting themselves up for once again underestimating Trump and the political force he will be.
At the same time, it does represent some certain part of the GOP, does it not? I mean, does it not represent the most animated part of the base that is therefore essential to those who would like to keep power over at Club for Growth?
Well, it's a sliver. What it is a grassroots party, the hoot and holler, but it's what I call the hobbyist wing of the right wing. The Club for Growth thing is a donor club. That is a meeting of people who can write $100,000, $500,000 checks to your super PAC. So the candidates will break down the door to get in there and kind of do their 10 minutes. They're scoping for significant donors or bundlers. The CPAC thing, CPAC now is like the 25 Japanese troops in a cave somewhere in 1953 waiting for the emperor to tell them to attack. They're a sub-sliver. Now, they vote in primaries. I won't zero them out completely, but if you look at a scientific poll of Republican voters and you poll, if you can get the aluminum foil hats long enough to get their attention and poll the people running up and down the hallways hawking this stuff at CPAC, there's not a lot of correlation. It is a symptom of the weakness of the Trump thing, not the strength that he owns this shrinking island.
I gotta ask you what you think the ideological center of the Republican Party is at this point. Because when I think of Club for Growth, I'm thinking these are the moneyed Republican elites who really care about low taxes. And when I think about the political figures who speak at CPAC, it's kind of the grifter class. But money is the central thing that ties it all together. Is it not? I'm just trying to understand what the Republican Party is actually about, if anything, at this point.
It used to always amuse me as a regular Republican that the grassroots would rant about the establishment, many people like me, but the anti-establishment has its own establishment, and their trade show is CPAC. As far as the party, it's got a lot of factions. Right now, the biggest war is between kind of the populists, and there are rich populists who love to write super PAC checks, all the way down to grassroots, really grievance populists who are worried about space lasers and think.
All right. To quote a rap song I love, everybody hold up. Now, do recall what I have been saying from the get-go about the differences between these parties. The factions within these parties. I might actually have a slide all ready to go. Oh, yeah, I got this, baby. So, he's saying that the difference is populism. In other words, this right here. So, MAGA is against, when I say oligarchy, it just means rule by rich people. MAGA is very much against that, so are progressives. On the bottom of that Venn diagram, you can see there is a similarity between the corporate Democrats, as in the folks that I voted for until 2016, and the GOP. They are loyal to corporations. They take big money from corporations. They are legally bribed by corporations. MAGA can smell that out. They don't understand it. They really genuinely don't understand how politics works, but they can sniff out that loyalty to corporations. That's what he's addressing here. That's what he's talking about. These folks are, indeed, they're interested in populist things, and that's how we reach them. We reach them by doing the enemy of my enemy. We say, look, all these things that you support, all these things are supporting corporations. All these things are supporting oligarchies. The oligarchy. All these things are not supporting you. So, point to what progressive plans will do to help them. You can indeed win people over. And it's also important to know, not every game is the Super Bowl. You're not necessarily trying to win over MAGA through and through on their complete philosophy in one conversation. What you are trying to do, this is a terrible salty Saturday. I got nothing but organizing in me today. But what you are trying to do is win them over on one issue. Say, look, just vote with us on this. Just tell your representative. Just tell your representative to support this thing. You'll be surprised. Matt Gaetz, of all people, Matt trafficked a child for sex Gaetz, who I truly hope to put in prison one day. Matt Gaetz can be an ally on this. Not a guy we like, an ally. That's the difference. To reach across the aisle because he believes, or rather, he says he believes, but he supports. That's the important part. He supports getting big money out of politics. So we'll have a MAGA vote when that goes up. We can grab a lot of MAGA folks, a ton of them, and bring them over. Do bear in mind, it's probably going to be good for us to do that sooner rather than later, though, because the closer we get to 2024, the more the rhetoric is going to go up on specific issues and the more walls will be built. Because they will have to eventually think of why, for some reason, progressives are bad. They'll have to use socialism, and start the attacks, and it's going to be harder to reach them then.
Marjorie Taylor Greene ought to be empress, all the way over to kind of more thoughtful populists. Then you got the old Burke conservatives like me, which were kind of the dominant conservative faction in the original, not completely crazy Republican Party. And there's a struggle. Trump is the poster child of the grievance populists. And that's where the fault lines are now. Some of the money is with him. Most of the money is, God, we're tired of losing. We're tired of crazy. This guy's a problem. Can we get back to free enterprise, strong defense, the basic Republican building blocks? But they don't control the party now. The primaries are going to sort this fight out between all the warring factions.
They're still using T-Mobile. But then so is the insurrectionist wing as well. Anyway, we have to leave it there. Mike Murphy, my friend, thank you for your time and wisdom, as always.
Thank you.
All right, gonna pause that. Oh, no. All right, so the only point in all of that is, there's going to be a change. I think people at both levels see it. I think we see it with Steve Bannon talking about. I feel like this microphone should have taken me on a date. I feel like there's we see it with Steve Bannon warning people away from Fox News. We see CNN doubling down on this, tripling down on this. I don't think we're far off from seeing CNN talk about how Ron DeSantis might not be so bad. And we see it in like Tucker Carlson's old allies talking about the actual source of this schism. They didn't as much used to talk about this stuff. I think, in other words, we're seeing the structure of these two separate parties forming and reacting to situations differently now. Question is, when do you become two separate parties? Do you become separate parties when you put on different hats? Do you become separate parties when people begin referring to you differently? Do you become separate parties when you start reacting to political situations in the media differently? Like when you start speaking to the public differently about it? Do you become a separate party when you start voting separately? On all of those, it's going to be hell to edit. On all of those, we have had that occur. They're literally wearing different hats. I don't see the old school conservatives wearing the red hat anymore. maybe from time to time. But that's a MAGA thing. They're literally called MAGA hats. We see them talking about policy differently in the media. They approach it differently. We see their leadership changing. And, of course, we see their policy. It didn't used to be, but now their policy is drifting apart. Their donors, too, are very different. Of course, the MAGA folks have more of a grassroots donation base. Those donors are now supporting anybody but MAGA. I think that's the switch. That's what we're seeing. And I love to see it because that means Democrats are going to most likely do well. 2024 is a long way off. A long way off. That's an eternity in politics. But at the current trajectory, I'm seeing all the signs of a, as Marjorie Taylor Greene put it, national divorce. Only it's not between who she was expecting. It's once again, oh, this is low, happening in her family. Just want to remind you, it is indeed Salty Saturday. Usually, Rex Trek says, usually anything Republicans name stands for the complete opposite of what the title is. Yes, it is a bizarre thing. It's the kind of thing that I very much expect to see talked about in history books. Catherine Wolfe, talking about Trump, says he will, of course, be late. I absolutely agree. And then we have her saying, I definitely feel CNN going right. Yeah, I think they are making an active appeal to that audience. I think it is a conscious choice. I think it's a business strategy. And frankly, I'm kind of here for it. Yeah, you can just feel the AstroTurf with everything that is GOP at the moment. So if you guys recall, by the way, Trump is speaking at 5:25, so we got an hour before then. I'm going to just stay here with y'all. I'm having a blast hanging out. We'll try to record some videos. I'll inevitably butcher it and fail miserably. Let's do a quick vain poll also so that I can practice being live and doing things like polls. What do you think about the mustache? Are you a fan of the mustache? Do you wish it was not gone? Is seeing the glorious mouth crown absent from my lip nightmare? And yeah, I don't remember how to do polls, so I'm not going to do an actual poll. Let me know what you think. So remember that consent decree that we were talking about. If you don't know, the Republican Party. Okay, well, we're going to try that again. Remember the consent decree we were talking about. If you don't know, the Republican Party, from the 80s until now, until like 2018, was required to not post poll watchers because they had agreed to a consent decree from the court rather than going and having a court case about it, to not do that. Why was that a danger? Well, because they had been paying off-duty cops to come by polls with their guns and intimidate voters. They have been pretty darn despicable regarding voter intimidation. You'll note that it's now 2023. We just had the 2020 election, 2022 and 2020. But in the 2020 election, well, guess what they were doing? They were intimidating voters. In fact, every election they have been involved in has involved some degree of them trying to illegally affect the outcome. They are not honest folks. With that in mind, have a look at Jim Jordan's subcommittee and how he is conducting himself, and tell me if we don't need another consent decree slapped on these folks.
Congressman, are you surprised by the way it's going for Republicans?
No, I'm not. So much of this committee is about projection. It's about things that either they did during the Trump administration. This is somebody who ran for office saying, lock her up. This is somebody who we know the IRS seems to be, was weaponized in some cases against, some Americans. And so a lot of this is about projections, about what either they did or what they wanted to do and what they think is being done now. As somebody who's served in the Obama administration and now in Congress, I think this is the tinfoil hat committee. I mean, there's nothing here.
They said it's about what they did and what they wanted to do. All of those accusations are, in fact, confessions. Somebody in the comments said it earlier. Kudos, you're correct. I believe that was Rex Trek. Said it earlier. Indeed. Yes. Every accusation is indeed a confession. I'm going to keep this playing, although I do see now Catherine Wolf says stash or no either way, and Zix says goatee or full beard. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to go that way. I usually slice off the last soldiers there so it can all grow evenly, and I'll go back to a proper beard in a moment so people know I'm not a 12-year-old boy in disguise.
But it's going to be the response to the January 6th committee. They've given it apparently a similar budget, and they have nothing because there's no there. And it's also a waste of taxpayer dollars and of our time.
Yes.
Jonathan, this is not what our constituents expect us to be doing, to be trying to help Donald Trump come back to the White House. They expect us to be trying to make their lives better. This subcommittee is doing nothing to help with that.
It's a clown show.
Today at CPAC, Matt Gaetz called for defunding the police and, quote, abolish the FBI, the CDC, ATF, DOJ to cheers from the crowd, which brings me to a basic question. What is this committee about?
Well, I don't think they know, except that they are trying to do whatever they can to lay the groundwork for Donald Trump to come back to the White House. These are Trump loyalists, and the only reason, Jonathan, that this subcommittee was formed was so that Kevin McCarthy could become Speaker. This is the deal that he made to have Jim Jordan on his side and to have him not run against him and to have him nominate him those many times that we saw that it took for them to get a speaker, even after all the deals that he cut and after he gave away basically everything, but the kitchen sink. So that's the only reason this subcommittee was formed. And so now they have some conclusions, which is what they want to prove, and they're trying to find some way to prove something that has not really happened. And that's really what I think the American people are saying. That's why it's been a dud.
That is also why I have been very happy about the existence of these committees. I've been very happy that is the way that the MAGA folks have chosen. I shouldn't even say MAGA. The GOP has chosen to raise a ruckus. They are going to only be able to embarrass themselves. I'm not sure if you saw that clip, but the other day we had I don't remember the representative, but like they did the good old fashioned dozens and dozens of people have told us that yada 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 yada, and the other members, the Democrat members in the committee said, okay, what are you going to introduce their names? Are you going to share with us the notes? And of course, the reality is they didn't talk to anybody. They talked to 2 people, not dozens of people. And they didn't have notes, and they didn't have any logs of these people because they didn't exist, and it was an absolute embarrassment. Just watching them turn their pockets out and have butterflies come up, it was amazing.
Let's go to what's happening in Texas as House Republicans are trying to rewrite January 6th. Republicans in states are still pursuing voter suppression. In Texas, Republicans are considering legislation that would prohibit college campuses from being polling places. As a voting rights attorney, what's your response to that?
Yeah. We had 9.6 million registered Texans not vote in the last election. You would think that as a state, you would try and see what can we do to help these folks who were not able to vote or did not vote in the last election get involved. But instead, they're trying to target kids who are on college campuses. I've run voter protection programs in Texas on college campuses. I know how critically important those polling locations are for those kids. But I'll tell you what, Jonathan, the rationale behind this that they're saying is that it's not safe to have a polling place on a college campus. But they also force through, allowing folks to carry firearms on.
Yeah. The audacity to say, oh, it's not safe to have decision making. It's not safe to have decision making about politics happen. It's not safe to cast a vote. But this assault rifle, which has killed lots of children this year, well, that's fine. Good Lord. Ridiculous.
A college campus. So which one is really about safety? We know it's not about that. This is about suppressing the vote. And I have to say that we've talked a lot about efforts to overturn elections after the election is over and how undemocratic that is. We have to pay more attention in this country to what they're doing before the election to try and fix the results or to try and make sure that certain folks don't have a chance to vote in that election.
I wish he hadn't said, no notes, actually. I take it all back. He nailed it. That's it. We talk so much. We respond so much to Republican talking points. What do they constantly talk about? It's rigged, it's rigged, it's rigged, it's rigged. Well, every accusation is a confession. We've been talking about this the whole stream. Every accusation is a confession. He is quite correct to point out the fact that they are intentionally, legally and illegally, attempting to affect elections, to attempt to mess with election results. And legally doesn't mean ethically. It just means they use the mechanisms of the law. So that would be gerrymandering, for example. And by the way, there's a video called "How to Get Big Money Out of Politics." If you're interested in killing things like that, go watch it. That's the video, WYCD, How to Get Big Money Out of Politics. That's going to help with that. There's also a video on how to end gerrymandering. Both of those are on our website, actually, if you want to go right to them. It's in our guides section. How to get big money, wickednetwork.com, how to get big money out of politics, and how to end gerrymandering. Those are two of the legal means the GOP uses, for which to the legal means they use to unethically affect voting outcomes. The answer for that is other legal means. They also use illegal means, such as January 6th in its most raw form, such as the behavior that resulted in consent decrees, such as asking Proud Boys to hang out around, a terrorist group, to hang out around the polls and try to shoo away minorities, shoo away people that have a equality bumper sticker on their I just presume Honda. These also must be answered, and not unfortunately, it's good. They must be answered through legal means as well, but judicial means, as in we need to arrest these punks. We need to try them in a court, and that means we need to fight back into Democrats. Democrats have been enjoying play fighting for way too long. They have not really genuinely disagreed with Republicans on anything. If they did disagree with them on something like, say, gay marriage, it was, we should do this thing, but we're not going to make too big a deal about it. We're just going to keep signing the checks. When it comes to actually passing legislation, they both agreed that the thing to do was give rich people as much money as possible, as much of your money as possible. We need to get fight back in them. We need to actually have guys like this out. Jesus. The guy, the giant Baldman on screen. We need them out there fighting hard and genuinely considering bringing actual legal court cases. Like, I would like to see the Democratic Party of a state sue the Republican Party of that state for some of this behavior. Democrats in Texas have a great case for this. Anywhere where an outside group has been asked to come and work as poll security. Have you ever seen a big brawl at the voting booth? At least that had anything to do with voting? I haven't, and we effing hate each other in this country right now. You don't need poll security. At least not from a volunteer organization. The cops will do fine, please and thank you. If you've seen any state where that's being called for, that should immediately be a lawsuit in court. I want to see that happen again. I think we need another consent decree, if only to make it very clear for Americans that this is a group of terrorists. Always has been, always will be. There is no morality, and we cannot treat them like they are not criminals, because it's a criminal organization, the Republican Party.
And, you know, that actually dovetails nicely with the follow-up question I have, and that is, are you worried we're taking our eye off the ball to voter suppression efforts in the states?
Well, I think that we are in a really difficult moment because we have a Supreme Court that is hostile to voting. And as a voting rights lawyer, that really hurts me because I can think of, an effective lawsuit that you could bring to challenge this blatantly discriminatory law if it passes. But then that at the Fifth Circuit, it will probably be overturned if you get a good ruling, and at the Supreme Court that they're probably not going to be on your side. And that's why we have to be so aggressive in passing voting rights legislation in the Congress. And that's why, as you know, and we spoke about this previously during those efforts, it was so important that we try and push through the John Lewis Voting Rights Act in the last Congress. And that's why the filibuster cannot stand in the way of doing something about this, because otherwise states like Texas are in a race to see how many Texans they can make it difficult to vote for. They are almost running out of things to do, Jonathan. I'm not kidding. They're almost running out of ways to make it hard for certain communities in our state to vote. And they're trying to have to get even creative now. And that's the stage that we're in.
Mercy me. Well, we did a poll to see what you want to see next. Looks like it is tied between the Majority Report and the Young Turks. Very well. I think I saw Young Turks up there first. We're going to do both, though. So let's start. Ooh. All right. I have been waiting to bite into this. Oh, dang. So I want to look at, you know what? I was going to say, let's do the CNN rail lobby thing. I almost jumped ship. But I have been waiting for a while to see this debate between Ana Kasparian and Ben Shapiro. If you're not familiar, apparently, within the last month, I believe, Ana Kasparian had a debate with Ben Shapiro. My understanding is she smoked him like a Christmas ham, and I've been wanting to check it out. It just hasn't been really in my wheelhouse. But that is the beauty of Salty Saturday, is you can sometimes just do things for the hoo-has. So let's do that right now.
This is a little bit of an example of what I'm seeing happen on the left that kind of reinforces your point. You know, you go to Scandinavian countries and they don't have a federal minimum wage. What they have is trade unions who negotiate wages based on their workers.
Right.
That's why I want worker power, right? That's why I want workers to be organized. I think it's a far better solution to have labor unions engage in those negotiations and those debates with the employers, as opposed to sitting around and waiting for this insanely corrupt federal government to keep their promises in raising the minimum wage. Minimum wage hasn't been raised.
Trade unions also provide the unemployment benefits, by the way, in Scandinavia.
They do. That's right.
They essentially do the job of what the federal government tries to do here.
One of the
Okay, I do just want to point out, though, the reason that I personally don't like giving that much power to a trade union is that I, a regular guy, can't then go vote the leadership of that union out. I, the regular person, have no say in that. And what concerns me, for example, if you have like a police union, that's all full of police officers, isn't it? They're going to tend to vote one way, aren't they? But the way the police officers act will affect me, the regular guy. The way the pavement layers lay pavement will affect me, the regular guy. So I don't necessarily want union control of everything. That's all I'm saying to that point. But nonetheless, it is interesting. I did not know that that country, what did you say, Sweden, Norway? I don't remember. Doesn't have a minimum wage. That's very interesting.
The major components or factors in wages stagnating beginning in the 1970s was the decline of labor union membership. So that was the decade when labor unions really started to kind of fall apart to the point where we are today. Now we're starting to see a little more labor militancy. Honestly, that's the only thing that's giving me a little bit of optimism and hope for the future, because I've kind of given up on thinking that the federal government is going to solve these issues that workers have been dealing with for decades now. But to your point, I do think that there are solutions that are outside of the federal government, and it's really about empowering ordinary people. But it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take organizing. It's going to take putting your cultural differences aside, because that's an issue that the left has as well, in my opinion, where they want everyone to be pure, everyone to be exactly in line with them ideologically, culturally. Americans are not like that, though. There's a lot of diversity of thought, diversity of opinion. We have different lived experiences, different backgrounds. We need to meet people where they are and not assume that someone who might disagree with you on something is automatically a bad person or a rabid right-winger or whatever they want to, accuse the other of.
And by the way, when it comes to private sector unions, I'm actually not fundamentally on principle against private sector unions, as long as there's freedom of negotiation and as long as people aren't getting kneecapped on the side of the road, right? The idea of collective bargaining, that's been part of negotiations since the beginning of time.
Okay, so just one thing. Ben Shapiro, now I'm pulling this clip from TYT. I don't think they're going to do highlights, Ben Shapiro's best moments against our person. So I'm sure this isn't his finest, but he just hadn't said anything particularly interesting. What Anna said, though, because she's an intelligent human being, was a little bit interesting to me. And I think I agree in general principle. I think I agree. She was talking about how the left, which is presumably us, essentially needs purity. I do want to make it more culturally acceptable for us to have alliances and temporary alliances. That punk up there on screen right now with his 1950s haircut and attitude, that guy will be an ally when it comes to fighting the pro-Nazi MAGA folks. There are very narrow things that we agree on, and the one thing that I will grant MAGA is that they're passionate. They're easily misled. They're like a Labrador Retriever, only not good in their soul. But yeah, they're passionate and easily misled. And if you can get them on an issue that you do have agreement on, you can say, okay, well, the fact that you're misled has actually meant that you've avoided somehow accidentally the corporate spiel on this. Let me show you the actual facts. You're passionate about this. I'm passionate about this. Let's work together on this issue. The problem is that we only tend to see our political influence as being limited to the ballot box. It's not. In fact, let me tell you this. You have more political power on your phone than in the ballot box. Because if you write an email regularly to your representative or your governor or whatever, the people literally who represent you in government, you write emails to them regularly or you make phone calls to them regularly, you'll influence how they act in office. You don't only have to rely on, it's not like buying a product and you have to look at the various commercials and choose the one that is best for you. Do I want the Kia or do I want the Honda? You can call the shop and say, give me heated seats, whatever it is. So we can get the kind of folks that he supports occasionally to vote for things that we support. And a good way to do that is, God help me, by having some MAGA connections. Do not forget to check your information. If they ever say something to you and it seems like, ooh, wow, that's a really good point. I do feel like the Jews are ruling the world in a conspiracy. Maybe go check where that information came from. But I'm just saying, to Anna's point, there are areas that we can agree on. And when those very rare areas do come up, yeah, I think it's a smart idea to prepare ourselves to advocate to that crowd why they should be pushing their politicians to vote for things we support. Once in a while, we'll get it.
There's nothing wrong with a set of workers saying, we wish to come and negotiate for a higher wage. The employer just has to also be able to say no from time to time. Otherwise, start your own company.
Yeah.
This is why I remember when last time we talked, we were talking about the idea of, and Bernie was big on this, the idea of sort of collectivization of ownership of companies. And I said, that's called a stock agreement. That's fine. I mean, if you and your friends want to put together a company and you own the stock in the company and you decide the wages, that's just called the company. Like that's fine. And in fact, very often you have some of the biggest sort of collectively owned organizations. I think the biggest one in the world, I believe, is in Spain.
Yes, Madrigal?
Yeah,
yes.
I think that's right. And they actually engage in hardcore capitalistic competition.
That's right.
And have had to cram down on their own workers' wage decreases when the market actually undercuts them, because ownership is still ownership.
But those are decisions that are democratically made within the organization.
Because it's connected to the people who actually have a stake in the organization.
That's right.
Meaning, and if you choose to take the risk, then you also choose to reap the reward.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So one of the big problems, obviously, is that when we try to posit sort of labor versus management, what both sides are putting in there, there's an opinion by labor that labor is the sort of labor theory of value. Labor is the only thing that's valuable to the organization. And
I don't agree with that, but it is a huge, huge revenue. I mean, the revenue is created by the workers. And I think that part of the equation is completely left out of the discussion when you're in America.
Well, again,
all right, gonna jump back to that in a moment. Real quick, just gonna read some comments. Catherine says they want to cancel us so they can cry about being canceled. Yeah, it's bizarre and yeah, no notes. And Catherine also says she was great. Yeah, Anna seems to be crushing this. I don't know. I might do a stream similar to this in the future where I watch the whole thing. I don't want to commit to doing a what you can do about it, because when I do the main show, the idea is that I've done all the investigative work ahead of time, and I can present you with a 1 or 2 click solution where you can get directly to the information, or you have a one-step plan. Because honest to God, most political action plans are one step, and we just need a lot of people doing them. Sometimes we just need a few people doing them. In a debate, see, I love debates, but in a debate, it's a lot harder to do that because they talk about all kinds of things. So we might do a more casual stream like this. I'll find some way to advertise it as not being the normal show. But let's keep watching this because she's doing Anna's doing a great job, and what they're talking about right now with the value being produced by somebody's labor. I wholeheartedly agree with Anna. Let me expand on what she was saying real quick. Shapiro said the capital produced is the value of the labor. Anna says not necessarily. Consider this. A little business and a big business have this in common. How reliable do their customers view their product as? How when they think of the service that they received, does it make them want to shop there again? These things build a long-term value. So, for example, if you work at a sandwich shop and you make the sandwiches badly, and you own the shop versus it's a McDonald's, it doesn't change the fact that the customer walks away with either a good or a bad impression and is more likely later, or possibly less likely later, to return to the store, buy another sandwich or hamburger or whatever the hell. That is value. That is value that will be redeemed later when they buy another sandwich. It doesn't change if it's a $1 billion company. There's just more people making those, putting meat between buns. Okay, well, it's just more people making the food. So there is, in my opinion, I got to agree with Anna again here. There is literally value created that is not measured in dollars, and it's got to be considered because that's how companies grow over time. You might even argue that the work output, the actual product made, is indeed the best measure of value. So productivity, in other words.
I mean, I think that part of the revenue is created by the worker. Some is created by the capital risk that was made by the person.
Sure.
Some of it's created by the corporate structure. And this is why, again, I'm not against collective bargaining in a free market system where you're saying, listen, and we do this on an individual level. I think one of the big problems that we've had in terms of collective bargaining is that because it used to be that labor was very striated, it was a lot easier to do collective bargaining because so many jobs now are sort of individualized. This isn't to speak to like fast food workers or something, but you're talking about, at our company, for example, or your company, for example, you have very specialized jobs. And so the idea that you can collectively bargain for very specialized jobs, very specialized job descriptions, it's actually incredibly hard to do that with any level of actual rationale.
No, I mostly agree with you on that. So for instance, look, we have a portion of TYT that is unionized. I'm not part of that union because of the specialized nature of the work I do.
Correct.
So these
you
are
couldn't unionize.
Right. These are the graphics
correct.
artists, the editors. They decided to do it. More power to them. It's worked out.
Okay, hold up. Everybody hold up. Sorry, I love that song. He just said you couldn't do that. I don't know that I agree with that. As in you couldn't be in a labor union with the I guess people that make more than you, the as they call them in the industry, talent. I don't know. Here's an interesting idea. What if you had labor unions based along income? So it's not by say the auto workers union. It's the middle class union, so on and so forth. That's obviously way too big of a swath, but let's just say it was Michigan 70 to 100K earners. You could unionize along similarities that are very broad. Case in point, there is a United Auto Workers Union. It's not the Ford union. There is there's police unions. The point being, I would look at, as a matter of fact, unionizing on bigger and bigger levels and along broader and broader categorizations simply because it gives you more power. If it's legal to organize in that way, we should organize in that way. Worth considering. I'm going to try to respect the saltiness of Saturday, and I'm going to look for a chance to insult Ben. Oh, what the heck? I'll do it right now. He looks like his daughter is describing her first period to him, and he's trying to be cool and failing.
And I'm glad that they did it and they're happy about it, right? But when I think about labor unions, I'm mostly thinking about major companies like, let's say, Amazon, which, you're seeing more and more of these Amazon warehouses either attempt to unionize or in some cases they've been successful in unionizing. I think it makes sense in that area, especially when you're talking about a company that's so massive that the workers are just they become numbers. Right.
So again, if people are willing to join a union and then go at the company that way, that's fine. My big problem is that I think the National Labor Relations Board is rigged completely on behalf. I'm sure you love the NLRB. I despise the NLRB more than
is fantastic.
The NLRB should be disbanded. It's a garbage organization. It's garbage.
I disagree with you on that wholeheartedly. Listen, the Starbucks stores that tried to unionize, and by the way, many of them, hundreds of them, have succeeded in their union elections and they have unionized. I mean, the labor-crushing strategies that we've seen from the executives at Starbucks have been pretty disgusting. People who have been fired just because they've brought up the topic of organizing the workplace, just all sorts of violations. If it weren't for Biden's relatively labor-friendly NLRB, they'd have no protections.
Yeah, man, saying you should disband the NLRB. Why are you even pretending like you give a damn about workers at that point? You may as well just be like, yeah, and we should make it mandatory for, let's say, at least 50% of the nation to be dirt poor. Dirt living room poor. That's an insane thing to say. Real Bill P says, Ben Shapiro lives in perpetual victimhood. Yes. Good to see you, by the way. Yes, I agree. I've always said that Ben Shapiro lives up to his initials. BS, 100%. All right, Anna, get him.
At all.
Well, your protection theoretically is in how good a job you do along with your fellow employees.
Oh, Christ. Is it really? At your jobs, folks. How often does the best employee get promoted versus the biggest kiss ass? That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
the NLRB, listen, the NLRB is the kind of place where I made a joke online at one point that if somebody tried to take editorial control of my show on the basis of unionization, I would fire them. And the NLRB...
They can't, though. That is a ridiculous thing for anyone to attempt to do.
Of course, the NLRB sent me a missive, and I had to get a lawyer to explain to them that, number one, it's a joke, and number two...
Wait, they actually try to do that?
Oh, yes. This is Ben Domenech over at the Federalist. Yeah, it is. It's 100% free speech issue. Number two, editorial control is not implicated by labor contracts. Labor contracts are about wages and hours.
Correct.
Right, and working conditions. It's not you get to unionize at the Daily Wire to decide.
Hold up. They sent him a missive? A missive, to my knowledge, is just a fancy way to say a message. They sent you a message? What does he mean they sent him a missive? That's a cease and desist order? No, he's saying nothing.
You don't like my editorial control. I'm the owner of the company. That's not how that works.
They said, heads up, in case you're joking, you silly jackass, you're not allowed to do this. And then he apparently had to get a lawyer to respond and say, it was a joke. We know, you're just not funny. So in case you weren't joking, and by the way, when conservatives joke about things, then they try to do them. So I'm with the NLRB there.
Right.
The regulatory overreach there is really bad. This is not to deny that there are circumstances. You're a coal miner, and all the coal miners in town are being jobbed by the machinery. Of course, you should unionize, right? Norma Ray. Okay, fine. But the idea that the federal government is supposed to cram down on Amazon that it has to pay people a certain wage when there are other people who are willing to work for below that wage in the same exact town.
Don't nod.
How is that consensual? Consent seems to need to exist on both sides when it comes to labor relations.
How about this? The government does a series of studies to find out that the wage that they're offering isn't a living wage. So the people who are willing to work for that wage are going to work themselves to death. we know they are going to be poor. Them, as in they're going to live in poverty. They're not going to be able to build themselves up. They're not going to be able to get anything better. They're not going to be able to afford health insurance. They're not going to be able to afford a car if they want to get the hell out of there. They're not going to be able to afford to buy a house. They are not going to be able to afford the lifestyle that we require people to be able to afford to survive in this country, because we have neither a sufficient minimum wage nor a sufficient social safety net. So it is literally deadly to make a certain amount of money in this country. And we know that. And we don't ask the people in that town to make that assessment. We don't ask the people in that town to have to know all that, because that's what we have a government for. And the government comes in and says, you must pay people at least this much to do the job you're asking, because we did the math, and if you don't, they die. How about that, Ben Shapiro? Anna, please stop nodding.
Yeah, look, the NLRB's main role is protecting workers who might deal with their employer raining terror on them if they are organizing the workplace. You know, the retaliatory strategies that we've seen from companies like Starbucks have been pretty gross. We need to allow people to have those conversations, to organize their workplace without fear of retaliation from their employer, right? So that's the main reason why I think the NLRB is important. Aside from that, I just think that there is an imbalance of power right now, and it's because of the fact that labor unions have been dismantled in this country. And workers need those collective bargaining rights in order to have a say, not just in what they're getting paid, but also their workplace conditions. I think the rail workers and what the Democratic-controlled Congress did to the rail workers was pretty gross. I don't know what you felt about that, but rail workers deserve to be able to take a day off, or more than just a day off, if they're sick or if they have a family emergency, without being penalized by their employer.
I do want to say we got 20 minutes, supposedly 20 minutes, until Trump gives a speech at CPAC. I'm curious to see. I'm also seeing things that say he spoke yesterday, but we'll see. Regardless, I'm going to watch him speaking at CPAC at some point. I really want to hear how Ben Shapiro addresses this criticism of the Democrats, because Anna is criticizing the Democrats from the left. Ben Shapiro is supposedly to the right of Democrats. I'd be curious to see how he handles this.
And the fact that, you know, during these labor negotiations, they couldn't even secure that. And you had the Biden administration literally put its thumb on the, not literally, but put its thumb on the scale to prevent them from striking, I disagree with entirely.
So, I mean, on principle, I'm not in favor of unions being able to bargain for more than they can get. When it comes to the internal turmoil in the Democratic Party, having problems with the labor unions that it seeks to appease, I admit that I enjoyed it. But
it shows you, but that's the thing, Ben, like, it's really important to
So in other words, he agrees with Biden. He just liked seeing Biden get some egg on his face. Okay.
differentiate between
Fair enough.
the principled
I mean, he's scum, but, you know.
left, right? I'm not just saying leftists, the principled left, those who actually want to empower labor, and then the Democrats who pay lip service to labor unions. And that is why you are
Which is, as I have helpfully named, corporate Democrats.
seeing working people start to
I didn't come up with that, for the record.
realign their political ideology, unfortunately, in some cases, with the right, because they will hear someone like Trump pay lip service to workers, even though talk is cheap. He didn't actually follow through with a lot of what he said. But just acknowledging those issues that workers have been dealing with made Trump super appealing.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really.
Yeah. I mean, Anna did a great job. I shouldn't have doubted her. I didn't doubt her. But I should have watched that earlier. Anna's Kasparian always does a fantastic job. We got about 15 minutes supposedly until Trump goes live. Let's see if C-SPAN's up with this live stream. Oop, that doesn't bode well. Cripes. Yeah, I don't see C-SPAN. Let's look at CPAC Live. Oh, Yeah, we have a lot of really unreliable looking stuff up here. CPAC 2023 in Washington. Trump set to speak. Okay, we're going to go to the Epoch Times. Oh, their audio's off. Here's what I'm looking at right now. Stand by while I adjust. There is no audio on this, as people are freaking out, and it looks like it's just ads. I'm gonna try to find us something a little bit more reliable. Oh boy. Well, we were also looking at doing something with or looking at a majority report clip. I have seen this queued up for a while in my "Hey Jake, you ought to watch this next" YouTube algorithm. I think I just turned 1,000 years old with the way I phrased that, but it's went up yesterday. It's from the Majority Report. It's called "We Need a New Type of Lawyer." I have no idea what it is they're talking about, but I'm fascinated to find out. Let's watch it together. I'll chime in if I've got anything to say, anything to add that I think might be of value.
Spent this much time reporting on some of the more egregious and problematic players in the law field, and are ones who are indicative of that dynamic. What can be done? Like, structurally speaking, I mean, I felt like law schools as an institution have failed miserably to address any of this. And part of the part of the problem is too, is just like they're pumping out more lawyers. There's only so many lawyers that we need, and they're pumping out a lot of lawyers. And, you know, the old joke is a guy graduates law school, goes to his old hometown because there's no lawyers there, puts up his plaque, and he gets no business until another lawyer moves into town. I'm not that cynical about lawyers, but there needs to be some type of reform, and it doesn't appear to be enough for the ABA or the Bar Association. Like, the ethics within the Bar Association, they don't seem to be as aggressive as they used to be about these things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what role, if any, there is for the bar associations, much less the government, in restricting how lawyers act. And to me, among, you know, in addition to just like normal human beings who I hope will read the book, I also the kind of two of the main groups that I think could benefit from reading this are, one is the media, which has really just like not done a good job, with, you know, plenty of exceptions, has not done a good job of covering these giant law firms like they would any other industry. I mean, each of these big law firms is a multi-billion-dollar institution. And yet, I think in part because the legal industry has been really good at kind of protecting itself in this cocoon of everyone deserves legal representation. Anyone who questions that is kind of un-American. I think they have largely avoided media scrutiny, and I think that should change.
Okay. Well, I feel my disagreement spikes rising, because I do think anybody who is entering into a court of law where expertise is the difference between spending 2 decades in prison and getting 2 months of probation sometimes, because there was, say, an illegal search done on your car and you didn't know it was an illegal search because you don't study the law. And in that illegal search, let's say they found a duffel bag full of weed. Whether or not you agree with if a person should have a duffel bag full of weed, the fact is you get a different outcome based on whether or not you have a lawyer. So right there, I tend to disagree with this guy, but I can't deny we have inequity in our current system. The idea that, or the fact, I should say, that we have most of our prosecutions resulting in plea bargains, for example, or I think it's like 70%. A very high percentage of our prosecutions result in. Oh wait, this is Salty Saturday. I can just look this up right now. I'm not making a special clip. What percentage of prosecutions result in plea bargains? 97%, according to thecrimereport.org. 97% of all U.S. criminal cases are resolved by guilty pleas, most of which are the results of a plea bargain. And that number is rising. Okay. So the fact that we have 97% resulting in somebody just agreeing that they're guilty without putting up a fight isn't good. It doesn't bode well for justice in this country, and I agree. We need fundamental change. Let's see what kind of change he's talking about, though.
The second big group.
Let me just before you get to the second one.
Sure.
To the extent that we've had any type of cohesive and extended sort of like pushback on lawyers, that I feel like, even started back like in the days like LA Law and this and that, has been all around the plaintiff side. Right. Like, we like had extended, we watch the Republicans talk about tort reform over and over again. Yep. We hear people, basically spread the sort of fabrication and sort of ostentatious sort of more or less lie about the whole hot coffee case. When you actually dig into that case, it's horrific what happened to that old woman, and why McDonald's was doing it. It all has been on the plaintiff side, which is invariably more often than not. I mean, either a citizen or a group of citizens or consumers or whatnot who are protecting their rights from corporations. The defense side has escaped any scrutiny. The plaintiff side has gotten all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think one of the kind of insidious reasons for that is that, and I don't mean to say this is deliberate, but I think it's the reality, is that a lot of journalists, myself included over the years, have some of our best sources are partners at big corporate law firms, and they provide a ton of really useful information. And that creates an incentive, whether it's conscious or subconscious, to be nice to your sources and to slightly pull your punches, I think, at times. And I've found myself over the years, and that's part of the reason I wanted to write this book in the first place, is that I had noticed this pattern, I've been covering business and finance for like 20 plus years at this point. And I've seen myself do that at times, not deliberately, but it's kind of the natural effect that you have a good source somewhere. You are not super eager to go attack that good source or that source's employer or that source's industry. And I think that is something, the combination of that and this notion that everyone deserves a lawyer, of course, this is what lawyers do. Why would you even bother questioning this? Because this is the way the world works. Those two forces have made the media, I think, again, with many exceptions, very kind of complacent about this industry. And, the mainstream media covers big banks really aggressively, as they should. They cover, big consumer products companies aggressively, airlines aggressively. And law firms, to me, deserve the same level of rigorous professional media scrutiny as any other major industry does. And I think that would provide not just kind of a check on some of the worst behavior in the legal profession, but it would also, I think, do a lot to culturally change the attitudes that people have. And again, that I'll be real fast. And that brings me to the second group of people that I hope, and I know already is reading this book, which is people affiliated with law schools, which, as you...
Okay, so y'all know I'm a super fan of the Majority Report. In fact, I recommend them if you had to say you can only watch one thing for a month to know what's going on in the world, I would recommend the Majority Report. That is how much I recommend them. That said, in the case of this clip, It's called Why We Need a New Type of Lawyer. I haven't heard an argument. I've just heard this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. But I haven't heard how a new type of lawyer addresses that. Let me offer something off the top of my own my dome right here and now. How about this? Kill two birds with one stone. I think there is a need for, at a minimum, public defenders, but perhaps, let's say, public civil litigants as well, to allow civil litigation to be assisted. Let's also address the fact that college is prohibitively expensive for a lot of people in this country, and let's solve these problems together. How about just like with the GI Bill back in the day, just like with the military, how if you agree to a certain amount of years of service in the military, you get a college education. How about if you agree to serve as a lawyer at the end of your college education, if you complete it within a certain amount of time, that college is free. So you give us 5 years professional experience as a lawyer. Number one, you're getting experience in a courtroom as, let's say, a civil litigant. So you are a government-funded lawyer for poor folks. You agree to do that for 5 years. You get plenty of experience. You get a paying job right outside of college, and you get free college. At the conclusion of that, instead of, say, you go to school for 6 years, become a lawyer, yada, yada. Now you go to school for 6 years, you get your law license, and you become a lawyer. And then an additional, let's say, 4 years, you spend serving the people of an area. Now it's a total of 10 years that you are devoting to this. But at the other side, you are not drowning in legal debt. And you're coming out with 4 years of experience. It's theoretically an honorable profession and respected, and you can then go get hired at a major law firm if you want. I think that's a realistic way to approach the current legal setup in our country. I would like, though, to hear, I'm some guy, so I would like to hear what this expert is pitching as an alternative, because surely he's got some ideas. Let's hear him.
You mentioned, Sam, there's this very kind of, it's a cycle that spins, right? The law firm, or the law schools host recruiting events for big law firms on campus. They charge students so much money that students are often deep in debt by the time they graduate from law school, and getting a job at a big corporate law firm, which is right off the bat going to pay you well into the six figures, is frankly, it's the economically rational thing for a young person to do if they are facing huge debts. And it just becomes very hard to escape that cycle. And I think that law schools in general can be doing a much better job of educating their students about different career paths that are available to them, and also about some of the kind of pitfalls that if you are going to go the big law route, that you can try to avoid. And there's no way to avoid them if you're not openly talking about them and really conscious of them. And that's something that law schools, I don't know quite what the incentives are exactly, but they've avoided doing that. And I think part of it is probably that the richer their alumni are, the more money those alumni are going to kick.
Okay, so I'm cutting that off for a couple of reasons. Number one, we were getting pretty close to the end of the video. I didn't hear the part I came there for yet. Rare dud from Majority Report. Although, to be fair, I haven't seen the full context of that interview. If it's worth doing, I'll go back over it, certainly. Catherine Wolfe said to try Newsmax and nailed it. I pulled up the live stream. They are indeed doing it. Trump is going to speak in a few minutes. That is what we're going to start watching. Catherine, thank you. What he says is, this gent is talking about money in our judiciary, corruption. Yeah, I agree. I think that corruption tends, or rather, yeah, he is, you're right. And I took it in a different direction. My feelings, though, are that corruption tends most often to take the form of the big guy, money-wise, saying, I can afford attorneys, I can afford representation, you can't, so I'm going to take this to court. And simply by doing that, they cut out the vast majority of people who could disagree with them in a court of law. And I think that's where we have our biggest problem. But yeah, I do that might have been a poor one to casually watch, because truly it seems to me that I've missed the core concept there, or wherever he was going with what we should do about it. Paul Atkinson says, this could be entertaining. Yeah. As you say that, Paul, I noticed
David Harris Jr., I saw you at CPAC in Orlando.
this
last
fella
year,
has a shirt
when
that
he
says
spoke.
Pure
And again,
Blood
I
on
know
it.
You'll be there listening to him this evening, and we will have you in the post show as well. Always great to see you.
It'll be
Thanks so
entertaining.
much for joining us on the pre-show here.
Thanks, Bianca. Anytime.
So we are watching Newsmax, and let's just watch them try to pretend like this isn't a nightmare.
It's been ushered inside for a while, but I bet you can just feel the energy there right on Media Row.
Real quick, look at that crowd. First of all, it is not as big a crowd as I'm used to seeing at CPAC, but I have to admit it is larger now that Trump is there than I saw previously.
Not familiar with it, but you can look it up. But yeah, that's what's playing right now. Matt Schlapp's going to come out on stage and introduce Donald Trump. We do have some teases, if you will, for this speech tonight. We're being told we're going to hear a lot from Donald Trump about foreign policy tonight. And in the hat tip to Ronald Reagan, he's going to mention peace through strength. Imagine he's going to take dead aim at Joe Biden and focus on his foreign policy failures. That's something we're going to hear about tonight. But also, it's going to be a message to other members of the Republican Party, and he will address the fact that he does not believe that there should be a blank check for eternity for foreign wars. Obviously, he's talking about Ukraine, but we'll see what he says about that. But again, if we're using the music as any kind of signal, which we've done this before, Bianca, we know glory is a sign that Donald Trump could be coming out on stage any moment now.
Jesus.
It is a sign here, and we did a little research on some of his
What a
former
nightmare.
speeches at CPAC, and what is so fascinating, John, is that the comments he made could really stand today. His concerns about China getting ahead of the United States, his concerns after the Olympics when Russia went in and took Crimea. A lot of the things that Trump has said at
Trump did nothing about Russia taking Crimea. He did that. That happened in 2014, and he had a whole 4 years to do anything about it. He did nothing. Oh, Big Bird's done talking.
Former
Looks
ambassador
like
to the Netherlands, who
Yeah,
worked
they're
with
getting
President
started.
Trump, and he talked about going to work every day in the Trump administration was a good day. He felt like they were making gains on the global stage. He felt like they were holding NATO accountable, making the NATO countries pay their fair share, at least starting to pay their fair share. And what's happened since
for the record, multiple people who have worked in that White House have written books about it, and all of them talked about what a nightmare it was to work within.
we're getting very close here, I'm being told to wrap, so we will send it back to you guys.
All right, we take a quick break. When we come back, we expect to see former President Trump on that stage.
I'm Jane King, and this is
Ooh,
New to the
we
Street.
can go ahead and turn that right down. So, yeah, it was apparently just a nightmare to work in Trump's White House. It was exactly what you'd think. People competing for the attention of a madman. Let's just recap what they were talking about. They were talking about how Trump's policies haven't changed. Yeah, his rhetoric hasn't changed. It doesn't surprise me. Oh, God. Doesn't surprise. Sorry, anything they're talking about with advertising medicine makes me nervous. Anyway, doesn't surprise me to hear that he has not changed a whole lot. Of course, he's going to do China hawkery, and of course, he's still on. He's still indebted to Putin in various, his various corrupt ways. Christ! Oh, I got to hear this commercial.
Greatest nation on earth. During times of powerlessness, we found power. And we found power through taking action. Through action, we find solutions. And through solutions, we find freedom.
Oh, that's, I don't like them talking about solutions. and pulling it.
Introducing Strikeman, a laser firearm training system that allows you to practice your shooting skills at home without wasting a dime on ammo. Using our laser cartridge, target, phone mount, and award-winning phone app, become a proficient shooter in under 2 weeks.
Okay. So they're doing everything they can to make terrorism more accessible in the living room. Good. Good. Folks, vote left. Vote in primaries and vote as left as you can. That's the culture that you're voting against. What? All these commercials are fascinating. The Kid's Guide to Donald Trump. He said, grab her by the bleep. And everyone laughed. And then the left made a big deal about it. What?
Kids Guide to President Trump gift bundle. Just visit TrumpKidsGuide.com. That's TrumpKidsGuide.com.
If your business kept unemployed through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com
Oh,
can see if
God.
you may qualify for a payroll tax refund.
It's watching the commercials. Watching what businesses think these people will fall for. Doesn't speak well of who these people are. Christ.
Months I began to notice the benefits.
All
right, so let's just recap these commercials real quick. Supplement. Oh, yeah, shooting a bow. Sure, gotta do something violent. Yeah, supplements of some sort. That's always a great sign. A firearm home training system. Jesus Christ. Some propaganda for kids about the former president. Okay, guy was twice impeached. You sure you want to do that? Okay. A random company from Big Pharma, a random advertisement for some silly ass medical thing. Medical advertisement in and of itself, by the way, is shady as hell. Why should you have to ask your doctor about blah blah blah? Your doctor went to medical school. If your doctor knows what'll heal you, they don't. Why would they require your suggestions? Why would you have to ask your doctor about blurk blurk? You shouldn't. Point being, these commercials are just incredibly alarming. Ooh, let's hear what they say about
Listen
themselves.
in because they might even be in the intro here. Let's take a look.
All right, so here's a little flavor of what I saw on my
Oh, there he is. I can't play this music, but there he is. Oh. Always weird when they do that clap for themselves thing. Everybody does it though. I'm not gonna hold him to account for that. Oh, he looks like he always looks like an off-color penguin. He's got that sort of penguin shape and walk. Well, the Cheeto-in-Chief is about to speak at CPAC. He's closing it down. I cannot wait to see, the usual Trump stuff. Does he accidentally talk about Matt Schlapp's sexual scandal? Does he rip into Ron DeSantis? Does he mention Fox News' legal troubles, which they really don't want mentioned? I'll tell you, if he says you should stop watching Fox, which I assume, I will also say that means he's hanging out directly with Steve Bannon again. Oh, boy, that doesn't bode well for DeSantis. There is no centrist, by the way, that is going to see DeSantis' attack on schools, yada, 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 and think, oh, yeah, that's a return to normalcy. The new yam-colored spray tan, says Bill P. The new yam-colored spray-on tan for 2023. Yeah, he's very yam. Colored indeed. Real Bill P says Huckabee Goebbels indoctrination for children. Yes, sir. Paul Atkinson, those drug ads always disturb me. As an outsider looking in, 'tis bizarre. Advertising of that nature is not allowed up here, hence my concern. Man, I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be. It simply shouldn't be allowed. It's crazy to me that nobody stops and addresses the logic of this. And by the way, I'm sorry we got no volume here. Let's see.
Thank you very much, and I'm thrilled
There we
to
go.
be back at CPAC with thousands of great and true American patriots, and that's what you are.
Thousands might have been generous, but okay.
I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and everyone at the American Conservative Union.
Please
Thank you,
talk
Matt,
about the
for
scandal.
hosting this wonderful event. It
The
really
crime.
has been something over the years. I also want to, we have so many people here. I'm going to leave out some, but they'll understand. We have a lot of Congress, a lot of Senate, a lot of everything, but we'll do a few words and a few names. Diana Harshbarger. Thank you, Diana, Congresswoman. Mike Collins. Elise Stefanik, I call her the rocket ship. Where's Elise?
Fine.
She's a rocket. Thank you, Elise. Jason Smith, friend of mine, great guy.
That
Thank you,
name's a
Jason.
little easier to
Wesley
read.
Hunt, Corey Mills, Dr. Ronnie Jackson. He's a doctor. He's an admiral. Where's Ronnie Jackson? He said I'm the healthiest man ever to be president by far.
His
Said
Donald
if I
Trump's
wouldn't eat
henchman.
junk food, I'd live 200 years. Where is he? He's the greatest.
He literally said
We
that.
love you, Ronnie.
Insane.
He had a lot of things under his belt. Another one who's a serious character but a great guy. You got to know him. He's a great guy. Matt Gaetz.
Child sex trafficker, Matt Gaetz. He's a
Great
child sex
guy.
trafficker. For the record.
He's a brave guy. And another brave person. She started off very slow, very, very slow. She's a low-key person. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Started off harassing David Hogg, who survived a school shooting.
Marjorie.
Threatened him with a gun.
Good location, Marjorie. A friend of mine, a man who's terrific, almost won for governor of New York, could have done it, but so many people have moved out of New York, it gets tougher. But he's a terrific guy, great lawyer, too, and he's a strong guy. You know, he stopped somebody coming at him with a knife. I don't know. He grabbed that guy's hand. He looked pretty tough, and he drove him to the ground. Lee Zeldin. Where's Lee? Where's Lee? Hi, Lee. Thank you. Good job, Lee. West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrissey. Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost. Thank you, Dave.
I really hope he hasn't discovered the power of boring.
Matt Whitaker.
Matt Whitaker is a straight-up villain. No reason that guy should have ever been anything near the Attorney General.
People combined. Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller, full-on white nationalist. Repeats literally neo-Nazi talking points on Fox.
And he's been doing a lot of television lately, and he does a fantastic job. General Keith Kellogg. Thank you, Keith. A very popular
Free
man
gold
in
coin.
South America.
Oh, I don't
very
want you
popular
to miss
in
this.
Brazil, the former president of Brazil.
Jesus Christ.
President Bolsonaro. A great honor.
Why are you praising Bolsonaro? The dude just tried a coup. You really want to lampshade that? You really want to highlight that, huh? Viva Lula, motherfucker.
All these U.S. politicians, that's
Lula Libre.
That's
I
pretty
should
good.
say.
And his son, who's a friend of mine, Brazilian Chamber of Deputies, Eduardo Bolsonaro.
So they have nepotism there, too. Good to know.
Just got reelected. And somebody that we really like in this room, I think. I certainly like him a lot. He had a lot of courage. Very smart guy. James O'Keefe. Where's James?
Yeah, that's the guy from Project Veritas. He is a liar. He lies about the documentaries he does. He's a propagandist, and he does what is called yellow journalism.
Good guy.
Scumbag.
As we gather today, our country and our movement, the greatest political movement in the history of our country. There's nobody going to even question it.
I don't.
And by the way, I want to thank the fire department. Look at these people. They're up the rafters. Thank you, fire department. But the greatest in our history, most important battle in our lives is taking place right now as we speak. For 7 years, you and I have been engaged in an epic struggle to rescue
I don't remember.
the country from the people who hate it
Man,
and want to absolutely destroy it. The sinister forces trying to kill America have done everything they can to stop me, to silence you, and to turn this nation into a socialist dumping ground for criminals, junkies, Marxists, thugs, radicals, and dangerous refugees that no other country wants. No other country wants them. If those opposing
Interesting
us succeed, our
question.
once
Where do they
beautiful
go?
USA will be a failed country that no one will even recognize, a lawless, open borders, crime-ridden, filthy communist nightmare.
okay, well, it just says random buzzwords. I don't honestly remember the names of the parties that existed when America started. But surely those would be the greatest political movement.
And people didn't understand what I was saying.
Civil rights movement. Surely that's the great.
Loud, and I was right, because that train has passed the station.
Oh, can't
long
help but
ago
talk
of
about it.
Socialism. It never even came close to stopping, frankly. We're now in a Marxism state of mind, a communism state of mind, which is far worse.
Ask any of them what socialism, Marxism, or communism is, and you will get no coherent answer. They have no idea.
So important. The people in this,
Neither does he.
they know that we can defeat them. They know that we will defeat them, but they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. That's all I'm doing. I'm standing in their way.
Ooh, that's some dictator talk. That's some fascism talk right there.
That's why I'm here today. That's
It's called demagoguery.
why I'm standing before you, because we are going to finish what we started. We started something that was a miracle.
I'm hoping Merrick Garland finds his backbone and finishes it.
We're going to see this battle through to ultimate victory. We're going to make America great again.
Just a quick reminder, in case you lost track, over 1 million Americans died from COVID, thanks to Donald Trump. Over 1 million Americans dead because of Donald Trump. Ridiculous.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. They are people that don't get it, although in some cases they get it. They get it for their wallets. But we can't do that. We can't let that happen. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out.
So again, he's using populist talking points in order to enact a fascist agenda.
We hate our country. No walls, no borders, bad elections, no voter ID. We will beat the Democrats. We will rout the fake news media. We will expose and appropriately deal with the rhinos. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House.
What bums me out is this is a pretty boring speech. He hasn't gotten wild and off track yet.
When we started this journey, a journey like there has never been before.
It's been just regular fascism. Come on, I want funny Trump.
We had a Republican Party that was ruled by freaks, neocons, globalists, open border zealots, and fools.
Okay, talk about projection.
But we are never going back to the party of Paul Ryan, Karl Rove, and Jeb Bush.
Oh boy, the split is happening, folks. Oh, the split is happening. Get ready for corporate Dems to receive all the Paul Ryans, all the Jeb Bushes.
We're not going back to people that want to destroy our great social security system, even some in our own party.
They vote differently now.
that want to raise the
They
minimum
vote
age
differently.
of Social Security to 70, 75, or even 80 in some cases, and that are out to cut Medicare to a level that it will no longer be recognizable.
We've been talking about the split since the beginning. If you're watching earlier in the stream, what did we say? When they start voting differently, when they start wearing different hats, yada, yada, yada. Voting differently on Social Security, guess what? We can work with that, and we already have.
To fight foreign wars that are endless wars.
This guy is in Putin's pocket. All he's saying right now is don't support Ukraine. Here's an arbitrary reason why.
But at the same time demands that we cut veterans' benefits and retirement benefits at home. Our
Not at all.
soldiers will no longer live in the streets of our city. We have cities where our
We can work with them on that.
soldiers are living on.
They will try. If MAGA gets in power in any form, they will try to preach these things but not do anything about it. What we need to do is take their message and hold them to it.
Immigrants come in, and we house them in the Waldorf Astoria and many other
Nonsense.
of the greatest hotels anywhere in the world. But our soldiers, we do nothing for them. They sleep out at night and they freeze. They freeze in the cold and they die in the heat. While people that came into our country illegally are in beautiful hotel suites, perhaps watching us on television right now. We were taking care of our soldiers just a short while ago, but we don't do that anymore. But we'll start doing it again. Our soldiers are very special to us. When a wonderful town in Ohio has difficulty, we are going to take care of that town, that city, that village, prior to worrying about the rest of the world. We're taking care of the problems of the rest of the world that they're not taking care of themselves.
Just so you know, funding from those comes from two different budgets. He's talking about Ukraine. That's the military budget that is different. Also, President Biden was not asked to help in Ohio.
But why isn't NATO
At first.
putting up dollar for dollar with us?
Because we have more money and we have more interest.
$140 billion, and they put up just a tiny fraction of that. And, you know, we all want to see success, but it's far more important to them than it is to us because of that location. We are never going to be a country ruled by entrenched political...
Also, for the record, it's not accurate. It's of more interest to us.
China-loving politicians, of which there are many. You listening to this, Mitch McConnell? Are you listening?
Oh, boy. Mitch McConnell has been talking China war hawkery, by the way.
Frightened of telling the truth, or is truly evil and bad? I don't know. I think in many ways they're frightened, but you never really know which. We are not going back to this mindset, not now, not ever. Not ever. And thank you, Mark Levin, for being here tonight. Thank you very much. And Julie. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Very important voice.
Oh.
Stay healthy, Mark.
Should Trump pick Pence
Just
for
stay
VP?
Stay healthy, Mark. We're not going to lose you. In 2016, we took away the power of this corrupt political class. And we did more in 4 years than any administration in the history of our country. If you look at what we did.
I mean, you might be able to say that's true. We effed up more in 4 years.
In U.S. history. We deported illegal criminal aliens by the tens of thousands. MS-13, taking them out by the thousands. We set records every single week. We were cleaning up our country.
What is that even a reference
smashed the
to?
false idols of the free trade fanatics. These are fools, or they're getting very rich, probably the second. And left the China lobby reeling from our historic tariffs and taxes that we charge them.
I would agree, actually, with the high tariffs on China, except that he did sort of irrelevant tariffs. And then he ended up doing tariffs on steel, which hurt the one domestic manufacturing thing that we had with it that we were, profiting off of before that in that time, which was making nails. Funny enough, he got a whole factory shut down. It's the one bad use of a tariff I have seen in my lifetime.
I was the only president in modern history who did not have any new wars. No new wars. I finished some old ones.
No, he didn't.
I finished some old ones.
Joe Biden withdrew all of our troops. Although, credit where it's due. He was not a war hawk. I'll give him that.
Remember when the Democrats and my Republican opponents would often look at me during the debates or whatever, and they'd say, no, he's going to bring us into World War III because it's a personality type. They said I had the personality. No, I had the personality type that kept us out of wars because people knew that they weren't going to mess around with us. That's why I rebuilt our military. We were strong, we were safe.
This guy hired John Bolton.
And I told delinquent foreign nations, they were delinquent, they weren't paying their bills, that if they wanted our protection, they had to pay up, and they had to pay up now. And they did. They paid $450 billion as soon as I said, no, I won't be protecting you if you don't pay.
Just want to highlight something fascists always do is wear people down by just spouting misinformation after misinformation until... And, he's going to go on with more of this nonsense, and it's not funny, so let's just let him jabber for a second. What these people do is toss out so much misinformation that it wears us down. Don't let that get you. After you hear somebody lie a bunch of times right in a row, you've got your assessment. You don't need to keep listening to every piece of nonsense they have to say. Although, I'm going to keep listening to Trump here because I do think he's dumb enough to incriminate himself in a speech like this. Let's see if he does.
Executive order. Anybody that does that gets 10 years in jail with no negotiation. It's not 10, but it turns into 3 months. And it's an incredible thing that stopped right away. They were heading to the Jefferson Memorial. They wanted to take out Thomas Jefferson. I don't think so.
I think we should.
I don't think so. I don't think we're going to let that happen.
No, I'm going to make
but
that
we
happen.
passed it. It was a very old law, and we found it. One of my very good legal people, along with Stephen Miller, they found it. They said, sir, I don't know if you want to try and bring this back.
Again,
I said, I do.
White nationalist, Stephen Miller.
And as soon as we passed it, that was the end. They just stopped. It's amazing. It's a miracle. We banned transgender insanity from our military.
Yeah, that was just straight up bigoted.
And signed the world's first
Shameful.
ban on critical race theory.
Jesus Christ.
Long before anybody had even heard of the term.
Yep.
It was all banned.
Because you invented it.
Was good.
At least it's modern
when Biden
use.
Came back
Nonsense.
This guy came in and he put everything right back in place where it was. We were paying these people.
So what you're saying is you accomplished nothing lasting.
Dollars a year in salary,
Good.
among our highest paid
except for the million dead
people
Americans.
To teach all of this nonsense to our military yet. But it was all out. It was all done. There's only one president in history who has ever taken on the entire corrupt establishment in Washington. And when we win in 2024, we will do it again, even stronger, faster, and better because...
When he says he took on the entire corrupt establishment in Washington, it's sort of like there are certain videos on the internet that would lampshade the manner in which he took them on.
Washington, I didn't know them. I was from New York. I only came here 17 times, they said. I read that in the fake news, so probably it's not true, but it's the best I could do. And I never stayed over. I was from New York, but I now know the good ones, the bad ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I know them all. I know the people that have to do the job and can do the job. A lot of them are in this room right now. And as I did for 4 incredible years, I will put America first every single time, every single day.
America is his nickname for his own wallet.
From the beginning, we have been attacked by a sick and sinister opposition, the radical left, communists,
Projection
the
time.
bureaucrats, the fake news media, the big money special interests, the corrupt Democrat prosecutors. Oh, they're after me for so many things. Oh, those prosecutors. Some are racists. Some hate our country. They all hate me. They'll get me for anything, anything. You put a comma in this paragraph. Why did you do that? I don't really know. The partisan and often corrupt intelligence agencies, the George Soros money machine that spends a lot of money on the prosecutors, by the way. The Antifa thugs who are allowed to roam the streets while we have people that in many cases are great patriots, great patriots.
You say J
Saying
Sixers?
prayers every night, playing our national anthem every day, and they're sitting in a jail nearby,
Good.
rotting away,
Good.
and being treated so unfairly, like nobody's probably ever been treated in this country before, except maybe me.
How about Martin Luther King?
And Marjorie, you've been so fantastic
How about
on
any
that issue.
any
Where's
black
Marjorie?
guy?
You've been so fantastic on that issue.
Take the key for those Jan Sixers and go ahead and just hurl it.
And Elise, and
Hurl it far away.
people that love our
Don't need
country,
it again.
people that love our country have been so great on that issue. And the perverts who use the names of Washington and Lincoln to buy millions of dollars in ads, to say bad, libelous, and incorrect
The
things
irony. The irony. I think we can agree this guy's right now the top nominee. Merrick Garland, where are you?
This was a rally, Matt.
Arrest this punk.
It really is a rally when you. By the way, thank you for that beautiful straw poll. That was a big win.
He has not gotten a lot of attendance at his rallies lately. By the way, we just found out there's a soft ban on him on Fox. Let's see how that goes.
Enemies are lunatics and maniacs. They
Projection.
cannot stand that. They do not own me. I don't need them. I don't need anything about them. I don't need their money. They cannot steer me. They cannot shake me. And they will never, ever control me. And they will never, ever, therefore, control you.
What a demagogue. Christ Jesus.
At the end of the day, anyone else will be intimidated, bought off, blackmailed, or ripped to shreds.
Newsmax isn't on DirecTV
I alone
anymore.
will never retreat, and that is why we must stand together and charge. We have to charge full speed ahead. You know, I had a beautiful life before I did this. I lived in luxury. I had everything. People said to me, "Are you sure you want to do it, sir?" I said, "Oh, this will be so amazing." What the hell did you get me into?
He's making money off what you see on screen right now. It looked like he was running out of money before he got into politics, for the record.
Jury, I didn't know that they want to lynch you for doing nothing wrong.
Ooh,
I
watch
didn't know
that
they
word,
wanna
buddy.
lynch you for doing a great job. I didn't know
Dude.
they want to put
I didn't want him to say that word again.
anybody they've seen in years. And then they go with the disinformation campaign. First of all, we're leading every Republican by massive numbers. And very
God.
importantly, perhaps more importantly, we're leading Biden by a lot.
This is partially true. I don't believe the him leading Biden part, but we should be concerned about this punk. He needs to be running his campaign from a prison cell.
Stop these guys. Says we have to stop Trump now. We got to stop him now because
Yes.
we can't stop
Now.
him at the ballot box. You know, they tried that in 2016. How did that work out?
He's
Not
like,
too good.
because
And we actually
nobody
have to
believes he
say
actually
this.
did the things he
I
did.
hope Fox doesn't turn off, but we did much better in 2020
Because he
than
hasn't
we
been
did
punished.
In 2016. Much better.
You say 2022,
But we have no
easy to beat.
choice. If we don't do this, our country will be lost forever. People are tired of
Christ.
rhinos and globalists. They want to see America first. That's what.
In case you're not familiar with the rhetoric, globalist means Jew. We got a problem, folks. He's got to go to prison.
Either they win or we win. And if they win, we no longer have a country. And I promise you this.
Projection.
If you put me back
folks.
in the White House, that beautiful building, but I live in very beautiful buildings. It's not that reason. Beautiful. That building wasn't the easiest building to live in with what I was put through. And, you know, I get a lot of
What was he
going to
say just then?
How do you do it, sir? I had a man come up to me the other day, one of the toughest, strongest people that you can imagine.
Serious.
You all know his name, big businessman, a lot of money, a lot of success, tough as hell. And he said, could I ask you a question, President? What? Friend of mine, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President. Could I ask you a question, President? What? How do you do it? How do you do it? Every day they send you subpoenas. Every day they're after you.
Okay, he was saying, I promise you, if I get in the White House, after talking about an existential threat to our country, and then he trailed off. Let's see where he goes. Does he bring it back there? Because he might be talking about a full-on structural change to the country that prevents him from ever being taken out of office ever again. Seemed like that's where he was going. Let's see if he goes there.
And this is one of the toughest guys. I said, maybe you could. He said, nope, I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out of bed in the morning, but I do it for you, and that's what I'm doing it for. I do it for you.
All right.
And if you put me back in the White House, their reign is over. Their reign will be over. And they know it. And America will be a free nation once again. We're not a free nation right now. We don't have free press. We don't have free anything. In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
Okay, this dude needs to go to prison immediately. Immediately. The rhetoric he's using is a build-up to full-on fascist rule. Who's he going to fire? Who is he going after? What has he identified as the thing that is preserving democracy? Because that's what he's talking about getting rid of. He's talking about ending democracy in the United States.
I will fire the unelected bureaucrats and shadow forces who have weaponized our justice system like it has never been weaponized before. It's sick. These are sick people. And I will put the people back in charge of this country again. The people will be back in charge.
He's talking about doing the opposite, folks.
The Biden administration is the most corrupt administration in American history. Hunter Biden is a criminal and nothing happened to him. Nothing happened. Joe Biden is a criminal and nothing ever seems to happen to him.
Huge projection.
Because, you know, say what you want, but the Democrats stick together. They don't have Mitt Romney. They don't have guys like that. They stick together. How's Mitt Romney doing? Not too good. I could name plenty of others, too. But they do stick together, whether you like them or not, and many of us don't, but maybe someday we get together. You know, a question was asked of me just before COVID came in. They said,
that was an attempted olive branch to the GOP.
Together. Do you think this is real? And I said to myself, it is real. It's amazing. I was getting calls from radical left people, the nicest calls. It's amazing because we had the best employment numbers in history. We had the best economy in history. We were lapping China. China was supposed to have taken over as the world's largest economy, and we were actually increasing at a level that nobody thought possible. We were doing great. And then you had COVID come in, and a lot of things had to happen, and we did a great job. We never got the credit for that job, but we did a great job with COVID, and then gave back something very strong. But
millions
we
of Americans
were really bringing
dead.
this country together.
Over
Had
a million
COVID
Americans
not
dead.
come in, I think you would have had a much different. Because a lot of people want to know, can we all get along together? And if I didn't have that experience, I would say no, because the thought process is so different. But we were starting to really get along.
No.
And then we had the disaster, as I call it, the China virus, because I want to be.
He had been
open,
impeached.
and I want to be.
They were looking, I think, at impeaching
I want to be
him.
accurate.
Yeah, 2018. Yeah, I
But
think he'd
Biden
been impeached
openly
already.
held back a
We weren't
$1
getting
billion
along.
taxpayer money for the government of Ukraine. Remember he said, until they fired a prosecutor, when they fired that prosecutor. And this prosecutor was after Hunter and the company that was paying him a fortune of money.
That prosecutor
Remember Joe Biden stood up and said,
was famously corrupt. The president of Ukraine had partially campaigned on how corrupt the system was when he was going in.
I wouldn't be here right now, I suspect. And nobody picks it up. Nobody
dude
wants
has
to
to be
pick
in
it up.
prison,
It doesn't
seriously.
get any worse. Doesn't get any worse than that. Although, maybe it does. It's called the laptop from Al. That gets worse. And yet they go after me over
my
and over
God.
again about
Still.
something that's not even a crime. They make up Russia, 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 which was a plan made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, Adam Shifty Schiff, and
For the record, if you didn't see the news, he corrupted the FBI to cover up the Russia investigation. He appears to have had a connection with Russia. This is a problem.
Remember Schiff, he stood up in Congress and he repeated the call like I was a gangster
Yep.
over and over again.
He's not
Quid
tough
pro
like
quo.
one,
Remember
but
the
he's
term,
corrupt
quid
like
pro quo?
one.
But there wasn't. I called downstairs at the White House. I said, listen, do we have that call taped? Because there's no way I said those things. And they called back and tell me, yes, sir, we do, essentially. We had transcripts of the call. Thank goodness we had transcripts, because these guys they're sick people, and they were looking to do a number. I'll tell you.
Just remember, this is the guy that described his call to Ukraine as a perfect phone call. He described his call to Brad Raffensperger in Georgia as a perfect phone call. He's a liar.
But
Was that applaud line?
thank you very much for the great. And I tell this story seldom, but it's a strong story, Monica. Thank you very much for the great job you do, by the way. What a defense. But hoax. And they know it's a hoax. They know it's a hoax. I know it's a hoax, too. But they know it's a hoax.
So it's not a hoax.
And
Got it.
Adam Shifty Schiff comes out from a very secretive room, intelligence committee or whatever, and he meets the press right in front. The press is going crazy. They're going crazy because they'll do anything to hurt Trump. Anything. They're evil people in many cases. Some cases they're great people. But
Jesus
a lot of
Christ.
evil people. And he stands up
Yeah, a
before
lot
the
of evil
microphone.
people.
Now, this
On
is
that we agree.
a man
There are a lot of evil
who knows
people
it's a fake
involved
story.
here.
Russia, Russia, Russia. I had no, they checked 6 years of phone calls, millions of calls were made from my office. Not one call to Russia. Not one call. They were surprised. They weren't surprised, but some people were surprised. But he stood up before the microphones and he said, Donald Trump Jr. will go to prison for what he has done with Russia. My son is going to go to prison. He said, my son's going to go to prison for what he's done with Russia. And my son didn't have anything to do with it. And he knew it was a fake story. And when it was finally revealed, now the Times, the Washington Post, they all admit it was a fake story. We're trying to get the Pulitzer Prize taken away. They got Pulitzer Prizes. We're suing. You know what the prize says? For its concise and accurate reporting on the Russia, Russia, Russia event. And they have it actually totally wrong. Actually, Mark Levin should get a prize. And Greg Jarrett should get a prize. And even it's not his deal, Sean Hannity should get a prize. And frankly, Jesse should get a prize.
Okay, so he is reaching out to Fox. That's important. Also, bear in mind, he just did the Hunter Biden, my son thing. Crazy how they reversed that. But yeah, interestingly here, he's trying to make nice with Fox News. That's interesting. And that means our window for using the Fox News gap in this Dominion lawsuit stays open longer.
Certain reporters from the New York Times and certain reporters from the Washington Post, they got the Pulitzer Prize, and they were exactly wrong. And now they've even admitted that it was a hoax. It was a total hoax. And
No,
they got the prize.
they have not.
How bad is a person that stands before a big gaggle of
Advertise
press,
space.
and they just can't get enough, and says that my son is going to prison for something that he knows was a hoax. Only a
Sounds
really
like
bad person would
what
do
they're
that.
doing to Hunter
But
Biden.
they then came
This
in
is
with
projection
Ukraine,
politics.
Ukraine, the Mueller hoax. How did Mueller
Not a
present
hoax.
himself?
He said there was
At the
no
hearings,
reason.
it wasn't
Let
too
me just be
pretty.
clear. Whatever lie he's saying, I'm going to talk over it. Mueller said there was no reason that Trump could not be investigated or indicted after leaving office for his involvement, for his obstruction of justice in that matter.
Perfect than my perfect call to Ukraine. That was a perfect
Which he
call.
got
This is even
impeached
more perfect.
for. Not perfect.
By the way, where's Hunter? Where is Hunter? Remember? Where's Hunter? Will there ever be a time when Joe Biden says, this thing with Hunter just isn't working out well? I'm starting to get a little angry at Hunter. Or when Hunter comes to him and says, Dad.
Maybe he's getting a little angry at Don Jr.
What? What is it, son? Another one? Oh, son, you're a disaster, son.
Oh,
Son, you're a disaster.
Don Jr. is going to hit the drugs hard tonight.
At the repair shop. And Joe looks at him and says, what's on it, son? What's on it? And Hunter looks back and he says, every single crime that you've ever committed, Dad.
Actually, it turns out just a bunch of nude pictures of Hunter Biden.
And hence it's called The Laptop from Hell. And Miranda Devine did a great book on that. And she actually thanked me. She said, I got the name from Trump. She told me, she said, I want to thank you for the name. I said, no charge. But she did a great job. Great book, The Laptop from Hell. If I so much as fly over a blue state, they do so many bad things. It's just crazy. The racist Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, who is presiding over one of the most dangerous and violent cities in the United States. You have to see this. The United States.
He's talking about it. He shouldn't be talking about it.
Are taking place at a number like nobody's ever seen, right in Manhattan. And he's doing nothing about it, nothing whatsoever.
Alvin Bragg might get Trump before Fani Willis does. It's a horse race between those two.
Knife him in the back,
Jesus.
hit him over the head with a baseball bat, push him into subways when the train is right there.
Using some
But
rhetoric
this
that I
racist
recognize from 1930s
DA is
Germany.
being pushed by radical left Democrats, the fake news media, and the Department of Injustice
Jesus.
to bring charges against me for now ancient, no affair story of Stormy Horseface Daniels. No attraction.
Dude.
No affair. I call it no
What
affair.
the hell?
Where there is no crime anyway.
Called her horseface?
And charges have never been brought.
It's
in
a
such
former
case
president, for
before.
God's sake.
And this case has been looked by every prosecutor. They're all.
Here's a wild idea. Have a tiny little bit of class. And by the way, Michael Cohen went to prison for this, and Donald Trump was named as individual number 1.
And the whole thing is.
The court found he did it. He just didn't
She
get
was
charged.
ordered to pay me, a federal court ordered this, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But they're still looking at it.
This is
They're
a
still
two-tier justice system, folks.
And all they do is they cause anger and problems for our country because our people aren't going to take this stuff. It never ends. In the meantime, Hunter and Joe Biden skate. You know, they skate. They go away free. What's going on
projection.
with that? I mean, that laptop is a disaster. Has anyone read this thing? How can it be possible?
He really can't help projecting. Oh, how do they get away with that? They get away with it every single time. How does that happen?
I have a man, he's a total animal, known to be, and he's looking. In the meantime, Biden's guy that's looking. Don't forget, I had a very strong privilege as president. I was able to do things that he wasn't able to do as vice president and wasn't able to do as a senator. The Senate, even the Senate, they can't believe it. The Senate cannot believe it. But when you look at what happened, they're not even looking at him. They haven't even started. Congress and various radical left Democrat prosecutors, in an effort to stop me, go to the Supreme Court twice. They went twice, and the Supreme Court, in a moment of total weakness, gives them everything they want in order to try and prosecute Trump, everything. Thank you very much, Supreme Court. I appreciate it. But they found nothing. They looked at 11 million pages of documents. It's a big company. It's a great company. Remember my taxes? We're after his taxes. 5 years I heard about my taxes. They came out about 2 months ago. Everyone said, wow, it's a great company he built. That's great.
No. Everyone said, wow, the IRS didn't do their mandatory audit when the guy you put in charge was in office. That's what everybody said. They said, oh, look, you did tax fraud. And by the way, now he's in court for it.
But I didn't hear one word. And how stupid am I
You heard a
telling
lot
you
of
the
words
story right now? Because now we got to
from
find
judges.
something in there. He made a typographical error. There's
Called
a revolution
fraud.
going on within the FBI because they don't want to be doing what they're being told to do because they know right from wrong.
A
I'm talking
revolution
about the people that work
in the FBI.
And they like
That should
me
make
and
you
they
nervous.
like you a lot. So many of them. A recent article in the Washington Post of all papers stated very succinctly that many did not want to raid Mar-a-Lago. They didn't want the agents. They said that's terrible. But they were forced to do so by their Marxist radical left leadership. And it drove my
Also known as the law.
popularity numbers.
They were forced to do so by the law.
I got impeached and I went up 11 points. It's not supposed to work like that. Mark, when Nixon got impeached, it went down, right? It was a spiral down. He couldn't stop it. I got
When
impeached.
Clinton
we
got
went up.
impeached, he went
But
up.
the FBI people, they didn't want to do this. To those in the FBI that are with us, I want to thank you very much. I really do.
Wow, he's really genuinely trying to start a civil war. I mean, he is trying his damnedest. We got to get this guy in prison now.
Then there's the racist
He's trying to
DA from
divide the
Atlanta,
people that have guns.
whose city is among the most violent and dangerous places.
God help
per
us. We
capita
need to
in
put
the
this dude in
country.
prison.
More murders than even Chicago per capita. It's totally out of control, and yet she has her kangaroo court focused on a perfect phone call that I made, while her jury foreman, a rather bizarre young woman, is going around doing media interviews and saying exactly what's going on in this one of many grand juries. Our opponents do anything
Not
they
a bizarre
can to
young
hurt me
woman,
politically
just a
because
young
they're
woman.
afraid of me and they're afraid of you. That's what it is. But it's not supposed to work that way.
The projection politics
disinformation
is insane.
People say they are great at disinformation.
Yes.
The one we want to run against is Trump. Do you ever hear that? Oh, we want to run against Trump. Even though I'm leading every one of these guys, and even though I won the second election, okay, I won it by a lot. You know, when they say Biden won, the smart people know that, didn't they? But right now we're way up. But they say, oh, we want to run against Trump. They always say that. They say that about everybody. When they have somebody that they don't want to run against, a governor, a senator, they say, we want to run against, because it's like demeaning. You know, in other words, like you're supposed to be a schlemiel that, I mean, I got 75 million votes. I got more votes than any sitting president in history the second time. And we really did. We did a much better job than we did.
It makes me so bummed that the first former president to say schlemiel was Trump.
In the meantime, they're spending hundreds
Because I love that word, and now I got to hate it a little
trying
bit.
to find just a single word, a sentence, anything to prosecute Trump because they don't want to run against me. That's what they say. We want to run against Trump. We'll do anything to run against Trump.
How about this? Because I believe he should be in prison.
The people I've ever seen want to run against him.
What do you say?
Run against the people. They have the greatest line of bullshit of any group of people. But at the same time, they send people from the Justice Department to the local DA's office in Manhattan. Do you know the Justice Department sent their top people to the Manhattan DA's office to help in the prosecution of Trump? This way, we have it a little bit away from Washington. It's local. Oh, we had nothing to do. But their top guy was put in that office to help prosecute Trump. How would you like to have my life? Would anybody like my life? But I still like it. But they want to try and find anything they can when they've already been exonerated. I've been exonerated many times. You take a look at what this been. I mean, time after time. But all of this is happening for one single reason. They know that
Just
when we
lies.
return to
Updating
power,
you.
we
All
will
lies.
bring their lies and their corruption and their disinformation tumbling
So
down.
he's conscious of it too. Okay. Yeah, tumbling down, he says. What does that mean? I don't think it bodes well for democracy.
Our getting back in the White House is their worst nightmare.
Yep.
But it is our country's only hope. It's our only hope. If we don't get back,
To
now,
kill
this country
democracy?
can't take it. Even the 2 years, and now fortunately it's less than that. It's hard to believe it's less. We used to say 4 years. A lot of people said, "Well, sir, the election was so bad. You'll be in 1 year." A lot of people in this room, "You'll be back in 6 weeks, sir." But it's a
addressing the
bad
conspiracy
system
theories.
in many
Okay.
ways. Very bad, very dangerous system. But nobody else can do it but us. In recent weeks, I've been laying out a bold, detailed agenda for how we're going to complete this mission in our next term. I do weekly statements, and people are liking them. Today,
they're
I want to
not.
go through some of
He
our
does
big
daily
plans
statements,
that
and they are rants
I
on
will
True
do
Social.
as the 47th President of the United States.
Good Lord.
Thank you. At the top of my list, we'll be stopping the slide into costly and never-ending wars. We've got to stop it. Can't keep spending hundreds of billions of dollars protecting people that don't even like us. Now, you know, in business, if you did that, what you do is you put up the money and then you say, but listen, we own half your country in case you win. You know,
We own half your country in case you win. Jesus
in fact,
Christ.
the opposite. We put up the money, and then after it's finished, assuming it's successful, let's say it's successful, they don't want to even talk to us. No, you have nothing to do with us. Get out of here.
How about this? We put up the money. We give them the equipment necessary, Ukraine I'm talking about, in order to repel the invaders who are invading them. We do it because it's right. That's why we do it.
Ever made. And the only reason they're doing well with NATO is I raised $440 billion from countries that weren't paying anything.
Nope, not accurate.
And the Secretary General Stoltenberg, good man, he said it's one of the greatest jobs I've ever seen. I hope he still says that, but one of the greatest jobs. He said Obama would come and make a speech. Bush would come, make a speech, and then they'd leave. I came, I looked, I said, man, these people aren't paying. We're paying for the whole thing practically. Of the 28 countries at the time, only 8 were paid up. 20 weren't, including Germany.
All right, for the record, to clarify what he's talking about, America had agreed. So we had existing agreements. We had agreed to pay a certain amount. He did not make good on America's word. So you want to know why people don't trust us as much? That asshole right there.
Prime ministers and dictators, okay? Some of them are all the same. But they stood up.
Getting real
and
close
he
to
stood
just
up and
talking
said,
about it,
"Sir,
huh?
could I ask you a question? If we don't pay up, and if we get attacked by Russia, will you protect us, sir?" I said, "No, you're not paid up, right?" "That's right. You're delinquent, right?" "Yes. I will not protect you from Russia." "Sir, we'll send you a check tomorrow, sir. We'll send you a check tomorrow. It will be sent by overnight mail, sir. I promise you'll have it tomorrow." Now, have I said like the stupid politicians?
Will you protect us? They said. Will you fulfill your obligations? He said no.
6, 7, 8, 9. Well, you're supposed to do it. But those articles all suppose that you're supposed to be paid up. But let's say I said the opposite. Yes, we will always protect you. And I took a lot of heat because they said, I'm not a good member. Actually,
Yeah, he wasn't a good ally to have. He made America look unreliable because we were.
Something, and that's the money they use. They're rich as hell right now. They spent an office building that cost $3 billion. It's like a skyscraper in Manhattan laid on its side. It's one of the longest buildings I've ever seen. And I said, you should have, instead of spending $3 billion, you should have spent $500 million building the greatest bunker you've ever seen. Because Russia wouldn't even need an airplane attack. One tank, one shot through that beautiful glass building, and it's gone. Same architect I used in Chicago, great architects, but they didn't have war in mind. But when things happened, that building would be gone in about 15 minutes. They should have spent a $500 million bunker, nice thick ceiling, 6 inches, 6 feet of concrete. And by the way, we have a great gentleman. Speaking of China, will you please stand up? Gordon,
All of this is just to say he has no idea how military affairs work. Do they have another camera they can go to? This is,
You know, I'm talking
Okay,
a lot
they
about
don't.
China, and I'm looking over, I'm saying him, and I'm studying his face as I'm speaking, because people do like me to go off script a little bit, right?
I
It's a
do.
little
That's
bit
when he
more risky,
accidentally
but it's more
confesses to
exciting.
crimes.
And I'm looking at Gordon, and I'm saying, you know, I hope he agrees with what I'm saying, but basically I'm saying exactly what you say. They're not out for our good, are they? They're not out for our good. And nobody ever taxed them like I did, and nobody ever took any money in like I did. $440 billion. We took in so much money from China. It's so incredible. So it's an honor to have you here. Really, it is. I agree with almost everything you say. Almost everything. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Great job, both of you. I was the only president in decades that didn't have a war, but I completed wars that were already started, including defeating 100% of the ISIS caliphate. 100%.
I'm just going to go and say this because it's in danger of being forgotten. Barack Obama got Osama bin Laden.
Russia took over.
And Joe Biden got the next guy after that.
Do it. You know, you and I are friends. Don't take over any countries because, you know, Moscow will be hit very hard. Well, I told him things. He probably didn't believe it, but you know what? He believed it 10%. And President Xi.
Let's go back to what he
along
said.
with Vladimir Putin. Russia took over not because I got along with Vladimir Putin very well. I say, Vladimir, don't do it. You know, you and I are friends. Don't take over any countries because, you know, Moscow will be hit very hard. Well, I told him things. He probably didn't believe it, but you know what? He believed it 10%. And President Xi believed.
Okay, just for the record, I'm going to pause it. We're going to go right back to it. We'll skip over and catch up when it's at applause lines. Putin invaded because of Trump's weakness. Trump demonstrated very clearly that America was not, A, unified, B, going to support its allies. He is the reason that so many children, pregnant mothers, just civilians, are dead right now in Ukraine. That asshole on stage right now is responsible for their deaths, as is Vladimir Putin.
Believed it when I talked about baby. What do you think? It's true. It's true. You have no idea. These conversations, I wish they could have been recorded, actually. People would think a lot of me. But with Bush,
Supposed to be
they
recorded and
invaded Georgia,
transcribed.
right? To take everything. And he won't even know they took it. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. And he won't even know they took it.
Okay, that's an insult.
Thank you.
I can't wait
And
for
with
Dark
me,
Brandon
They took nothing.
to respond
Nothing.
to this.
And I didn't really even have to threaten them very much. They understood me very well. I wanted them to understand me very well. They knew that they couldn't do it. Putin knew that. President Xi knew it too. Likewise, China now has its eyes strongly focused on Taiwan, and we could soon have a nuclear-armed Iran. That's the saddest thing of all, though, when we talk about Iran. That's the saddest thing when you see I had them in a box. I said to China, you can't buy any oil from Iran. They said, no, we have to buy. We buy millions of barrels here. And I said, you can't buy. You have to buy from somebody else. No, we'll buy. I said, good. We're not going to do any more trading with China. We're going cold turkey. We will promise you not to buy from Iran. Okay, that was the end of that. You know, that was a conversation I had. I said, if you buy from Iran any oil, we're not going to do any business. Or if for some reason we do, we're going to put 100% tariff on every single thing that you sell into the United States. And they didn't buy any oil. And nobody was buying oil, and they were in a position, had the election not turned out the way it did, they were in a position where they were going to give us everything. We were going to make a great deal. But now they're rich again. China is buying unlimited amounts of oil from Iran, unlimited amounts, and other places. And we've done something else that's terrible. From the time I'm a young man, I learned never allow Russia and China to get together, to wed.
Yeah, when he said China's buying oil from other places, that was Russia, he meant.
Bosom buddies, we've made them, we forced them together. And you can add another.
But he couldn't outright say it because he's supposed to be pro-Russia.
So the three of them are now together. That should have never been allowed to happen, would have never happened with me. And it was all over oil, our stupid oil policy. We're not going to drill. We have more oil in the United States than any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. People don't realize it.
So not going green energy then, not replacing oil, just effing over our land more.
Probably the biggest in the world.
Well, he talks about this nonsense because it's going to be boring for a minute. Let me just be clear. In terms of U.S. security, the reason we don't want to drill for our own oil in our country is because if we, theoretically, were to go to war with Russia or were to go to war with Iran or China, we wouldn't want them to disable our vehicles by not selling us oil. How do we make sure that happens? We make sure we don't touch our own oil in our own land for as long as we can, until, at the very least, we switch over to entirely green energy, and then we don't have to worry about it. It's a security risk to take oil out of our country. That's why you see countries in a lower bargaining position doing that, because they don't have a choice. They gotta. That's why we don't. That's why the big dogs buy their oil elsewhere. So we have that just-in-case oil.
And there would have been no obliterated cities that can never be rebuilt. Can never rebuild those cities.
Hell.
Russia never would have pulled the trigger. This is the most dangerous time in the history of our country, and Joe Biden is leading us into oblivion. He's leading us into oblivion. You know, we all smile when he falls downstairs and things. It's cute. When he falls off his bicycle, isn't this good? You know what amazed me? That the reporters didn't catch him when the bike was going down. They're standing right next to him. They let him fall. It's amazing. I'm surprised.
This is a former president of the United States. God help us.
Statements that are so bad when he gets out of Afghanistan and takes the soldiers, takes the soldiers out first. And you know, in Afghanistan, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. He was the leader of Afghanistan. I said, Abdul, I got a lot of criticism. Remember when I was talking to him? Everyone said, he's talking to the leader of the Taliban. That's right, because our soldiers were being killed, a lot of them by snipers. And I didn't want that. I don't want to deal with the problems, and I don't want to talk to the mothers and fathers, who I would speak to a lot. I don't want to talk to them and tell them their son was shot through the head from 2,000 yards away by a sharpshooter. They have very good sharpshooters. So I spoke to this man. His name was Abdul. And I said, Abdul, don't kill any more of our soldiers, because if you kill our soldiers, we're going to hit you harder than any country has ever been hit in the history of the world. And he called me Your Excellency. He was, I got along with him. He's still there. He's still the leader of the Taliban. But now he's got $85 billion worth of our equipment that I bought. $85 billion. I said to General Milley, I want every piece of equipment. Sir, I think it would be cheaper to leave it behind, sir. That's when I lost faith. That, and when he didn't like me holding up a Bible in front of a church, I said, this guy's not with us. This is not a smart guy. But he didn't like it. I said,
didn't like him holding up a Bible in front of the church as he ordered Capitol Security Forces, or I believe the military, to clear out peaceful protesters. There was tear gas in the area, and he's holding up a Bible saying we must have peace. F this guy.
And we gave it away one night. We just left the lights on. We did leave the dogs behind. Everyone says, oh, did they take the dogs? Because they're dog lovers, right? No, we left the dogs behind. And the Taliban doesn't like dogs.
Why does he hate dogs?
But we left
Why does he
in disgrace.
He's got this
It was
beef
the most
with
embarrassing
dogs.
moment in the history of our country, in my opinion. And it probably
Okay,
is
it's
what
not
caused
anti-dog,
Putin
all right.
to say,
Jesus.
wow, Trump is gone. This is a great time to take over Ukraine, right? It's probably a reason
Just not
that
accurate.
happened. But I stand here today, and I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent, and very easily, World War III, very easily. And you're going to have World War III, by the way. You're going to have World War III. If something doesn't happen fast, you're going to have World War III. And by the way, just to conclude that little story, when Abdul heard me say that, he said, Your Excellency, thank you so much for telling me that. He said, but why, but why? I thought it was a very interesting play on words. I've never heard it. I use it now sometimes myself. I liked it. He said, but why, Mr. President, do you send me pictures of my home? Said that. I said, you'll have to ask your wives that question. And we didn't have, Mark will tell you this, we didn't have one soldier killed. In 18 months, not one soldier was killed. Not one soldier, right? In fact, it was so good that the media didn't mind that I called. I took a lot of heat, tremendous heat. Why do you call him? I said, well, you know, they asked Jesse James, the great bank robber from many years ago, why is it that you robbed banks? Why do you always go after banks? And he looked at him, he says, because that's where the money is. Well, I spoke to Abdul because that's where the problem was. But we went 18 months until that horrible day when we lost 13 soldiers. And you know, the thing that nobody ever talks about, we lost 13, we lost $85 billion worth of the greatest military equipment in the world. Goggles, night goggles that are so good, so sophisticated, better than anything we have, brand new, never even taken out of the box. And you know, the Afghans, and they're actually very good, the Taliban are good fighters, Afghan, because it's really very much the same thing, frankly. They didn't fight good for us, but they fought good for themselves, and they took a lot of money from us. I asked General Mattis, I said, you know, we got to get out of there. They've been there for 20 years. We got to get out of there. Sir, they're fighting for their country, sir. I said, that's right. I guess they are. Then about 2 days later, I was thinking about it. I said, I don't know why. Because, you know, we had more blue on green, green on blue, where they'd get their gun and then they'd shoot our master sergeants and our sergeants that are training them. I said, why are they fighting for us if we've never had this problem to the extent that we had it? But he said that. He said, they're fighting. And I said, are we paying them a lot of money to fight? And I had it checked. Yeah, we were paying billions and billions and billions of dollars to these Afghan soldiers. Tens of billions of dollars. I said, they're not fighting, General. I called them back in. They're not fighting because they love us or they love their country. They're fighting because they're the highest paid soldiers in the world. We're basically bribing them to fight. And they didn't fight, but the Taliban did fight. Same people, but the Taliban did fight. But they didn't kill anybody for 18 months. I'm very proud. In fact, Biden got up and he actually said that. They didn't kill anybody. I will say that. They didn't kill anybody for 18 months. And you know what happened? His people start screaming, don't say that.
All right, so just want to jump in for a second because he's rambling about nonsense and he's trying to repaint history. We know how this works. None of his facts are correct. The things that are based on reality are skewed to be favorable. He mishandled everything he ever touched. There's the summary. Real Bill P, can you link what you're talking about? I'm trying to find that news, and I'm seeing a bunch of. Let's just read the comment. Real Bill P said, breaking, the New York Times is revealing even more info from the Fox Murdoch deposition as Trump melts down in a deranged speech at CPAC. Yeah, if you could link that, I'd love to have a look at it while Trump's up here. We can do that next. Also, he says, Jesse James, what is this man snorting? Oh, wait, we know. The producer of The Apprentice told Stephanie Miller all about it. Yeah. Leon Russo says, truth means nothing to MAGA. Facts don't matter. Morals don't exist. Agreed.
And I could just see Abdul. They took out the soldiers first. You don't take the soldiers first. You take the soldiers out last. You get the Americans out first because they feared our soldiers.
He has no idea how
soldiers.
any of this
they
works.
Feared the F-16s.
None.
And now they own them. Think of it. You get the soldiers, and they go out last. You take our American citizens out.
They don't have F-16s.
You then take our equipment out. And Millie said to me, sir, it's cheaper to leave the equipment than it is to take it out. I said, let me ask you, General, so we have a plane that costs $100 million brand new. You want to leave? Yes, sir, it's cheaper, sir. I thought he was, another April Fool's deal, right? I said, no, General, you fill it up with a tank of jet fuel, you fly it back home, or at a minimum, you fly it into Pakistan or some semi-friendly country, and you take it.
He has no idea what he's talking about. I just want to point out how effing funny it is to have the buy this gold coin message pop on screen constantly as he's talking. I mean, talk about what a perfect way to highlight what a scam it is. Ridiculous.
You know what they did? They left 700,000 rifles and guns. 700,000. They left 70,000 vehicles. 70,000, many of them brand new. Many of them armor-plated, where they have 6 inches of steel in the bottom. Cost you millions of dollars to build. And they left that all behind. There's not a car company, used car lot, new car lot, anywhere in the world that would have 70,000 vehicles.
So I just want to point out that his inability to talk about actually running the government and criticizing somebody about actually running the government, if he gets onto a stage with Joe Biden or whoever the hell, a serious politician with this, not a Republican, but a serious politician who deals in facts and must sell their plans based upon the facts, he's going to get annihilated. Democrats have actually learned how to address this, and this is not to politely smile and be like, oh, well, MSNBC will fact-check this with a pithy line later. No, they're going to punch him in the guts on stage, and I am looking forward to that only if we are in the apocalypse where he's not already in prison and cannot attend a debate.
And is that Rick Grinnell? Huh? Wow. I better check with Gordon, and I better check this audience a little more closely. I'm going to miss a lot of people in here.
Jesus.
Great. 2 real patriots. They really are 2 great people. Thank you very much. But they're the second largest to us. They're the second largest arms dealer in the world. They're selling off all the beautiful brand new equipment we gave them. The Apache helicopter, which is the best in the world, they gave 1 to Russia, gave it. They gave 1 to China. And they're very good. They take it apart and they reduplicate it. They take it apart, they reduplicate it, because they've never been able to build one like we have. Now they're able to do it because they're very smart, actually. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. Quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than 1 day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along very well with them. I got along very well with Putin, even though I'm the one that ended his pipeline. Remember, they said, Trump is giving a lot to Russia. Really? Putin actually said to me, if you're my friend, I'd hate like hell to see you as my enemy. Because I ended the pipeline, right? Do you remember? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it, Rick, right? Nobody ever heard of it.
I don't even remember the details of this, but no, what he's saying is simply not accurate. a scandal from back in the day, tried to take credit for something he didn't deserve it for. Really want to stress, though, when our intelligence said that Russian troops attacked our soldiers, fired upon our soldiers, he said he had no reason to disbelieve Putin, who said they didn't. Again, this was after our intelligence said it happened. That's supposed to be a reason you disagree with Putin.
Germany in particular. On day one, Biden came in. And what did he do? He approved the Nord Stream pipeline. And then they'd say, Trump was soft on Russia. I was the one that gave 1,000 javelins. That's the anti-tank busters. And they are vicious. Because I looked at those tanks.
He's going to say he gave 1,000 javelins to Ukraine. We were obligated already to give javelin missile launchers to Ukraine. He withheld that from Ukraine until they did his political bidding. He is the one, or he got impeached for this. Do not give him credit for helping Ukraine. He is the one who caused this current war.
Didn't want to get involved. I gave the javelins. And then they say Trump was weak on Russia.
Yes, he was, because he's a weak man.
Again,
he's
it's
a weak leader.
Disinformation, right? That's all they're good at. Cheating on elections and disinformation. Instead of spending
projection
hundreds
politics.
of millions of dollars to defend the borders of distant foreign countries, under my leadership, we will defend our borders first. Three years ago, we had the safest border in the history of our country.
Not accurate.
And I will quickly do that again. As you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall and completed that task as promised. And then I began to add even more in areas that seemed to be allowing a lot of people to come in. So we're going to do another 200 miles of wall. And it could have been done and completed in 3 weeks, but the Biden administration said they weren't going to do it. And in fact, the wall was sitting there waiting to be installed, the easiest part. And Biden, they took it away so that Texas and Arizona couldn't use it. Texas and Arizona said, could we use that wall? We'll finish it right up. And they said no, and they actually took it away and they hid it. They put it in a hiding area, which of course was revealed pretty quickly. All you have to do is send a couple of helicopters up. But they wouldn't let them use it. Under my leadership, we will seal it up and expand that wall till we have total control. But we did a great job in the wall, remember, with Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell. Yeah, we'll give it to you next year. I said, nope, give it to me this year. Well, sir, if you approve this budget, we'll give it to you next year. I said, all right, that's okay. So I waited, then they didn't give it, you know. And yet Mitch McConnell approves $5.5 trillion for Green New Deal garbage. It's a disgrace. But I took it from the military because I considered it an invasion. So, Marjorie, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take it right out of the military because they're invading our country. And I got it built, and we did a great job. We did it quickly. And we used the Army Corps of Engineers. They were fantastic. Before Biden came into office, we had illegal immigration at a record low. Refugees were at the lowest level in history. Human trafficking, women and children, was at the lowest in 30 years. And drug dealers were finding the U.S. border a very inhospitable place to be. It was very inhospitable. In my last year, less drugs came through the southern border than had been seen in many, many decades. We weren't playing games. Now we have complete chaos. Fentanyl is pouring in. Families are being wiped out, destroyed. And there's death everywhere, all caused by incompetence. Millions of illegal aliens are stampeding across our border. Interior enforcement has been shut down. Everyone is overstaying their visas. Nobody even thinks about reporting it anymore. My wonderful travel ban is gone. I had a travel ban. It was so wonderful. Refugee numbers are through the roof, and spies and terrorists are infiltrating our country totally unchecked like never before. When I'm back in the White House, the very first reconciliation bill I will sign will be for a massive increase in Border Patrol and a colossal increase in the number of ICE deportation officers. And I want to thank the Border Patrol. These are incredible people. And I want to thank ICE, and in particular, I want to thank...
So how are you guys feeling about this speech? I'm getting the sense generally that this is a low energy, same old. I don't see it as anything other than getting his ducks in a row for how he's going to approach walking the line between what traditional Republicans will need him to pretend to care about and what MAGA's trying to do. But what do you think of this speech so far? I'm lukewarm.
And mental institutions, and sending all of their problems right into their dumping ground.
Yeah, see, I don't, it just sounds like regular boo-hoo rhetoric, you know? I don't see him saying anything where people are going to go, oh, yeah, that's what I've been waiting for people to deal with. The closest he came was a very progressive stance that he accidentally has, which is protecting Social Security.
Institution. And they're putting them into our country. Thank you very much. I will ask every state and federal agency to identify every known or suspected gang member in America, and every one of them that is here illegally. And the towns know who they are. The towns and cities or the police. We love our police. The police know who they are.
I'm lukewarm on him. I do love the non-corrupt police, certainly. Leon Russell says, someone stole the wall. Someone stole my wall, and we couldn't find it because of Hillary's... I'll do the Trump voice. Someone stole my wall, and we couldn't find it because of Hillary's emails. Yeah, that's more or less what he's doing. Real Bill P says, Trump wanted to trade Puerto Rico in a deal for Greenland. Oh, my God, that's right. That's right. If a Democrat had said something like that one time in office, they'd be done. Politics done for them forever. I have scratched records that are more refreshing than Trump. Wholeheartedly agree, Real Bill P. My gosh.
Especially three. You take a look at Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras in particular, and Mexico to an extent. You couldn't get them back in because they didn't want them. They sent them out in the first place. You know, they forced them into our country, just so you know. These are very smart people that run these places. They're very streetwise. So I said, what's the problem, sir? We have thousands of people.
Old-fashioned bigotry, that might be what his audience needs to hear.
Buses to cross the border, they won't allow them back in their country. I say, how much money do we pay to these various countries? Sir, we pay $750 million a year. I say, all right, inform the country that we're no longer paying any money.
Christ.
And if they ask why, you can tell them that. And
let me ask you something.
Sir, we'll do that. So
real quick, if we are paying these countries money, just go with me on this for a second. Let's use this as a constructive moment because he's being boring right now. If we're paying these countries $750 million a year to get their shit together, and they have a bunch of people leaving the country because, according to his narrative, the country's bad. I'm just trying to use the information he's providing. The country's not working so good. And we make them poorer. Do you think we're going to have more people leaving that country for ours or less? How much value were we getting for that $750 million? In other words, if we're spending $750 million in that country, forget right or wrong, you guys have pointed out, morality doesn't factor in when debating with these people. But to prepare you for a future debate, if we are paying them $750 million, the question is, would we have to pay more in border security? For example, the billions he spent building that ridiculous, ineffectual wall. Instead, if we didn't pay that $750 million, no, he doesn't answer that. The answer is yes, by the way. That the only reason we would do that is if we benefit in some way. We're not a kind country, but we are a savvy country sometimes. He's just, when you talk to these people, just think critically a little bit about any given thing he says. And if it seems too simplistic, think about it for about 2 minutes, and you'll be able to come up with a fine argument against it. Because logic works in your favor.
The Department of Justice to go after Marxist prosecutors' offices to make them pay for their illegal race-based enforcement of the law.
Okay, that's real.
By the way, we
Hold
have
up.
one of those great generals with us, General Kellogg. Where's based after Marxist?
This is Trump talking about how he is going to run this country like a fascist dictatorship. Let's hear what he's going to do.
At least 3 years. Did it in 3 weeks. Knocked out 100% of the ISIS caliber. We have a great military. The reason I say that, we have a great military. And I will direct the Department of Justice to go after Marxist prosecutors' offices to make them pay for their illegal race-based enforcement of the law.
Remember, he calls anybody left-wing Marxist. He calls anybody who is not... In fact, look at the chain. He calls anybody who doesn't agree with him a left-winger. And he calls all left-wingers Marxists. He's saying if he gets in power, he's going to go after anyone in the Justice Department that doesn't do his bidding. Guys, that's a fascist dictatorship. That's a problem. He does this after praising the military. He's been hanging out. In fact, he's at a convention right now with a guy that used his country to go after his political enemies, which has military coups all the time. That punk on screen is a serious threat, and he needs to be in prison immediately.
By the way, we have one of those great generals with us, General Kellogg.
Remember, General Flynn was his guy for a while. He's looking for leadership for a coup army. That's what it comes down to. When he's praising these generals, that's what he is trying to do. Former generals, whatever. He's looking for somebody he can plug in to the command structure simply so that all the grunts will do as he says. He wants an armed civil war. He is literally bracing the country for that, prepping the country for that, pushing the country towards that. This punk needs to be in prison now. Merrick Garland, I'm beyond even saying let's fire him after he signs the indictment for Trump. Let's fire him tonight and get someone serious in there immediately. Put Jack Smith in charge. I don't care. That punk needs to be in prison right now. Right now.
Where's General Kellogg? Is he around here somewhere? Where is General Kellogg? He's the greatest. He's here. Thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you, General. And in cities where there's been a complete breakdown of public safety, I will send in federal assets, including the National Guard, until law and order is restored. You know, we're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
And one thing I think about...
Why are you not supposed to do that as they sell their goddamn caps on here? Why are you not supposed to do that? Because that is what a military dictatorship would look like. That's what an authoritarian dictatorship would look like. I cannot believe we have Republicans applauding, yay, applauding the idea that a president would send in federal troops to dictate what a city does. He's talking about invading our cities. For God's sake, people, put this guy in prison. Contact the DOJ. Almost every video I have has some sort of a contact link for the DOJ in it. Contact them. Hell, I'll update this live stream in a minute. Contact them and say now, not later, now. Listen to what this guy said. Listen to what this guy said. And act. Quit pussyfooting around, Merrick Garland. If you don't know what you're doing, and by the way, it's clear that you don't, step aside for someone that does. This dude needs to be in prison.
A lot is when we had some difficulty in certain cities like Minneapolis, and if you take a look at Portland, how's Portland doing? They don't even have storefronts anymore. Everything's 2x4s because they get burned down every week. They don't put new storefronts up. It's chaos. But when we had in Seattle, remember they took over a large portion. I was ready to send in the National Guard. They heard that. More than the National Guard. I was ready to go to town. And they heard that. And you know what they did? They said, we're going to break it up now. They left. But
he was ready to go to town on American citizens.
saved Minneapolis. The thing is, we're not supposed to do that because it's up to the governor, the Democrat governor. They never want any help. They don't mind. It's almost
They don't want you to invade their state, you son of a bitch. This guy needs to go to prison.
like they don't mind to have their
Enough.
cities and states destroyed. There's something wrong with these people. All of us have
Rejection politics. Yes, there is something wrong with these people, he says, as they are advertising a gold scam. Free gold coin on qualifying orders. Qualifying orders, Jesus Christ. The Trump speech special by American Hartford Gold. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. I guess you buy enough gold coins and you get another gold coin. By the way, they sell you it at a higher price than they bought the gold for. And the fact that it's in the shape of a coin that they say is a fun little commemorative thing, it doesn't make it spending money, folks. And if it is, it'll be less spending money than you paid for it. Than you paid for. That's how that business works. That scam is up there right as Donald Trump is giving his speech about sending in the military to swarm cities, to take over cities, to just literally attack people that disagree with him politically. That is a perfect encapsulation of what Republicans are right now. It's why that party can't continue to exist, but most importantly, it is why Donald Trump needs to be in prison.
seen too many videos of 13-year-old carjackers and 14-year-old hoodlums viciously beating their victims. I saw it just yesterday.
Vicious
Horrible
14-year-olds.
They kill people without retribution because they may be days short of the age required to put them away, put them in jail, and throw away the keys for a long time. My administration will crack down on these out-of-control monsters.
He just called 14-year-olds that are living in such a harsh situation that apparently they need to, in his theoretical situation, apparently the 14-year-olds need to carjack someone. They need to steal a car through a violent crime. They need to, again, a 14-year-old needs to physically take on an adult to get by. That's the situation he's pitching. I'm not even suggesting it's true, but that's what he says is happening. What does he say? We need to crack down on them. We need to toss them in prison and throw away the key. That's what he says about a 14-year-old. He is literally calling for jailing children. That's his platform. I haven't let this thing keep going because I just want to predict it now. It's going to be a big damn applause line because these people are the scum of the earth.
Young though they may be, and impose tough consequences on juvenile criminals. You know, criminals use young people. They actually hire young people, pay them some money, not a lot, because...
It wasn't a big applause line, thank Christ. All right, there's a little tiny sliver of hope. But not much as long as that guy's up there getting them used to the idea of jailing children. Only we will decide when we've had enough of this. If you've had enough, contact the Department of Justice. I'm going to update that link now.
If they get caught, nothing's going to happen to them. That will end. I will end the scourge of homelessness taking over our cities and suburbs. I just drove through Washington, D.C., coming here for the first time in quite a while, and the roads and highways were littered with trash like I've never seen before. It looked like somebody just took their garbage and just threw it all over the highways, the Beltway. It's so disgraceful, so disgusting. I always made it a point as president when I saw the highways were dirty or that the homeless encampments were starting to form to take care of the problem immediately. I used to have people out here all the time sweeping highways, cleaning highways, hosing them down. It bothered me so much. I'm in the beast. I'm being driven back to the White House from some site, and I'd see this filthy, dirty highway with paper that hasn't been, you could see it's been laying there for months, and I'd have them cleaned up. I wouldn't even call the mayor because it was never going to get done with the mayor. Frankly, the federal government should take over control and management of Washington, D.C. Good project.
I can't imagine.
It's horrible.
It's just Republicans saying more big government.
want them to
more
do.
fascist government.
And they drive through these terrible, disgusting streets where their streets are much better maintained, much nicer. And they see camps and homeless all over our beautiful, once beautiful parks, all over, hundreds and hundreds of tents. I used to have them taken down immediately. I'd see 1 or 2 or 3. I said, do it
Final
fast.
battle?
Immediately. Then
Jesus
I checked,
Christ.
and it was done. They'd never have time to do. Once they have 500, 600, 700 of these things up, it's a much more difficult thing. But you can do that too. Under our leadership, we will take the homeless, drug addicted, and severely deranged, get them off our streets, and create 10 cities where we will get them the help they so desperately need. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's crazy executive order.
Tent cities?
Installing Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Hold on just a second. Tent cities? We're going to keep his dumbass face like that for a second. He just pitched that. We're going to get them the help they need in tent cities. They got to go live in tents out in the woods. But we're going to help them. Doesn't specify anything about how they're going to help. He just specifies that he's going to drag Americans, literally pick them off the street, and throw them in a gulag somewhere for the crime of being poor. You're poor, you got to go live under cloth. That's what you get. We can't have it. We can't even have this rhetoric on stage. It's putting our country back. Let's find out what this next monstrous thing he's going to say is.
Crazy executive order installing Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion czars in every federal agency.
Yeah, he's just saying no more diversity, no more equity, no more inclusion.
To implement this horrible agenda.
Scum. Scum of the earth.
I will urge Congress to create a restitution fund for Americans who have been unjustly discriminated against by these Biden policies. They're so unfair. They're so un-American. They're so un-American. And we will ban all racial discrimination by the government. I will fight for parents' rights. Can you believe that here we are, and I'm saying I'm going to fight for parents' rights? Who would think that you have to ever say parents' rights? Don't you think parents have pretty good rights, right?
Just want to say, everything they suggest that they should do is a prescription for how we should handle them. You know they're pretending like white people are being discriminated against. And he says that they are going to create a discrimination fund to make good on the discrimination white people, the whites, have faced. That's a prescription, folks. We should create, as he says, a fund to compensate the people who have indeed been discriminated against. That's called reparations, and we should pay them.
Who would think that you have to actually say it, but you do.
By the way, it would give a massive boost to our economy if we did so. Does it sound crazy? Well, guess what? Black folks, on average, are more poor than white folks. When you give poor people money, it goes back into the economy immediately, and it is a massive, massive boost to that economy. So, yes, it would be good for the economy if we did a decent thing. We should do that.
Because they took the rights away, including universal school choice and the direct election of school principals by the parents. We want
Universal school choice, meaning you can F over public schools. Again, it hurts black people more than anybody else. Of course, this guy's scum. I'm going to quit interrupting because I want him done with.
To be appointed and elected by parents.
I want to look at that article, too.
And you'll get some good principals then. Who loves the children more than the parents? If any principal is not getting the job done.
I'm sorry. I got a zinger. It's Salty Saturday. Who loves the children more than the parents? Arguably, Jim Jordan's co-workers. Okay, thank you.
The parents should be able to fire that principal immediately and select someone new. Continuing the work of our 1776 Commission, we will teach our values and promote our history and our traditions to our children. We will, in other words, be proud of our country again. Revoke every Biden policy promoting the chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth, and ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. That should be easy. And we will keep men out of women's sports. Right? How ridiculous. That will take place on day one. I will destroy the illegal censorship regime and bring back free speech in America, because we do not have free speech. And I will stop Joe Biden's demolition of our economy with his crushing inflation and mass layoffs. We will take care of inflation very, very quickly. 4.9 million people have dropped out of the labor force since I was president. As the Trump administration's great Larry Kudlow, does everybody know Larry? As Larry Kudlow said, Biden is setting a record on economic regulations that are absolutely killing American companies. His spending and his borrowing are at record levels. It's causing historic inflation, sir.
And as Larry Kudlow also said, I'll have another gin martini, please. He's a drunk.
Worse and worse. It's driving up interest rates, and new cars and homes are going to be impossible to buy. Amidst this economic disaster, Biden talks about saving you a few dollars on some junk fees. Don't mean anything. By defeating Joe Biden, I will save your economy. I will save your retirement accounts. And I will save your jobs. We had the greatest job history of any president ever. I will create a true national trade policy like
Just not
the
accurate,
kind that
by the
made
way.
America the world's economic powerhouse. What we were doing prior to the dust coming in from China was nobody's ever seen that. There's never been anything like it. That period of 2.5 years there's never been anything like it.
There's no idea what he's talking
And I'll
about.
tell foreign nations where we spend billions of dollars on military protection that if American products do not receive preferential treatment in their markets, our military is packed up and leaving. Which some countries I did that with, and usually it took a phone call and everything was just fine. Because economic security is national security, I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status immediately on day one. And I will implement a 4-year plan to phase out all Chinese imports of essential goods and gain total independence from China. We have to do it. We have to do it.
I don't totally disagree, by the way, with that as a general idea. But you know he's going to do it incompetently. I literally wouldn't trust this guy to park a car.
And I will again withdraw from the WHO, which stands for We Hide Outbreaks.
No, it stands for the World Health Organization, you clown. You clown. Jesus Christ.
Because, again, it's so much common sense involved. The United States was paying the World Health Organization $450 million a year. Now,
remember what we talked about before. What are we getting for that? If we did not pay them that, what would we have to buy instead, and would it be more expensive? The answer is going to be something entirely created and run by us, and yes, it would be more expensive.
$1 billion a year for 1.4 billion people. Doesn't sound too right. And they had total control, by the way. We had no control. They literally own it. When I withdrew from the WHO, they offered me to stay in. Please don't leave. Please, please, please. For what China pays. They said, we'll bring it down to 39 million. I was actually close to doing this deal, if you want to know the truth, but I would have had it. You would have been angry at me. I said, I don't want to have CPAC angry at me. But I might have gone back in. But I could have done it for 39. I could have probably done it for less than that. But now Biden has gone back for the full price of $450 million. Now, all he has to do is read the newspapers. They were begging me to come back in for $39 million. So why would you pay $450 million?
Because we lose out on benefits that would have been bought with that $450 million. Well, he's talking nonsense. Let me just clarify this. World Health Organization, right? Under his watch, we had the pandemic, the COVID outbreak. There was no strong worldwide leadership on what to do. In fact, people seem to be underfunded, didn't they? What happens when a disease spreads rapidly in other countries? Does the disease come to us and say, oh, wait a minute, well, that's America. I'm not allowed to go there. They recently saved $450 billion that would have been spent elsewhere. No. We get sick when they get sick. And it affects our economy. It affects just about every aspect of our life to some degree, and you just saw how that functioned with COVID-19. So what were we getting? We were getting those diseases being dealt with elsewhere so they didn't happen here. You fool! He doesn't know or care about this. He's just saying this to say words and to seem like he has a plan.
And everybody else wants it to be closed. It's April Fool's. We want an open border. That's April Fool's.
Makes no sense.
We want voter ID.
They want Jim Crow.
Who wouldn't want voter ID?
People who read history.
Of the Democrats, except for the leadership, because they can't cheat with voter ID. But 88% of the Democrats want voter ID.
Not accurate.
But they don't want voter ID. It's April Fool's Day. They want to take the soldiers out of Afghanistan before
Projection
we take
politics,
our people
man.
and equipment out. But we want the soldiers to come out last. So then they blow it into a catastrophe, the most embarrassing event in the history of our country. It's April Fool's Day. They want all electric cars that don't go very far.
Why are you happy about that?
The car's wonderful, but I go for an hour and a half and I got to put a charger and I can't find
Get a hybrid.
charger. I'm going crazy.
You're saying we need less infrastructure because of that? You said it was going wonderful for an hour and a half. Let's put charging stations in. It takes 20 minutes to charge this motherfucker.
But we want everything, including electric cars, but we also want gasoline because the cars go longer.
Oh, so he can't come up with a way to say just no electric cars. Idiot.
We don't like quick drives that are stopped for 2.5 hours.
20 minutes
It's
to charge.
April Fools. They want all electric stoves all over the country. But we don't have the electric
Who gives a shit?
And we want electric stoves, but we also want gas stoves. It's April Fools.
Just want to ignore what we found out about gas stoves, which is that it's giving asthma to kids.
Ruin our fields, kill our birds, and are very unreliable, and are the most expensive energy ever developed.
Not
We want
accurate.
oil,
Just
gasoline,
simply not
natural
accurate.
gas because
Nothing
it's
he's saying.
cheaper, better, and much more
You could argue maybe that the unreliable thing is accurate, only in that it's not a main source of power. It's supplementary.
that we had 3 years ago. We were on our way to massive energy dominance. We would have been
No.
paying off our debt because energy is
No, we were digging into our strategic reserves. We were weakening our military and making gasoline more expensive for ourselves, by the way.
we would have been the strongest.
We
You
saw
know,
it in the long run.
We were going to be, we're already bigger under my administration, bigger than Saudi Arabia or Russia. We were going to be much bigger than both of them combined. Within about a year, we would have made the kind of money they're making times 5. and we would have been paying off debt, and we would have been reducing taxes, and it would have been a beautiful thing.
All
but
nonsense.
they came in and they said, we don't want that. I will fight for a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress.
I'm fine with that. I am actually fine with that. That is, hey, look at this. Don't say I'm unreasonable. There's something we can agree on. Fine.
Finally secure our elections. All Republican governors should immediately go for paper ballots, one-day voting, and voter ID.
Making voting hard. Making voting difficult. For poor people. If you have to ask your boss for the day off, if you can't afford to take the day off, harder to vote.
Some of them we don't, but they're all talk. Think of it, they control the state. And we have a lot of governors. They should go for that. Paper ballots, same-day voting. You know, France had 37 million people voting. They voted in one day, and at 10:30 in the evening, they called the winner. There were no problems. They have paper ballots.
America has
same-day voting,
600
voter ID.
million.
And they only had a little mail-in, and we would have this too, for soldiers that are very far away or people that are legitimately sick. Okay, legitimately, as opposed to millions and millions of ballots flooding the offices. They used COVID to cheat. But until that day comes, Republicans must compete using every lawful means to win. That means
whatever. America has at least 10 times that
votes,
amount.
Early votes and election day votes have to do it. We have to change our thinking because some bad things happened. You know, for some reason, Republicans like to vote on election day, right? The problem is you get there and they have so many already started. But worse, if you take a look at Kari Lake in Arizona, where they waited and waited, don't vote now, wait till Tuesday, wait till Tuesday, wait till Tuesday.
So he is doubling down on election stuff. Also with Kari Lake. Interesting.
And they had lines
Wild.
that were a mile long all over the place, Republican areas, and they couldn't vote. They said, come back in 7 hours. But people can't do that. They have Little League, they have doctors. They
Guy's
might
such a
love
liar.
Kerry, they might love the Republican Party and everything we stand for, but they can't do that. And they were standing in the hot sun for hours and hours. And then they sent in mechanics to fix them. And when the mechanics left, they were far worse. And they lose those cases in courts because our judges have no courage to do what's right. They have no courage to do what's right. I can tell you that was the case in 2022, where we can't get rid of drop boxes. We need them in every church. What we have to do, we have to put our own drop boxes in. Zuckerbucks spent $500 million. And, you know, if you contribute $5,700, $1 more than that, to a candidate, they put you in jail. This guy gave $500 million for all of this crap that they were doing.
This guy can't stop with the projection politics.
Like it was candy.
It's burrowing into his head. By the way, for context about why he's ranting about rich people donating when he didn't used to care at all, that'd be because the rich people don't trust this guy to run a country competently enough to keep the country for them to stay rich in anymore. In other words, he's not getting the big donors anymore. Other Republicans are. Real quick while he's rambling, Real Bill P says, how is the military supposed to vote, supposed to same-day vote from another country? Exactly. Exactly. He doesn't give a damn.
America down. I want once again to build America up. We have to build our country. We don't build anymore. All we do is investigate everybody. You ever see television? You know, it used to be we'd build our military. We were proud of
investigate,
it.
but not
prosecute. All you see on the thing, investigation. Now,
would love an indictment. I agree. We should get some resolution there.
I mean,
we should get an indictment.
That deal? But, you know, it's not something I'd like to not do anything. I'd like to get back to building our country and making our country great again. But it's time to start talking about greatness for our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living, especially for our young people.
We're
As
gonna
I
hear the new
announced
campaign
yesterday,
phrase.
we will hold a
see.
competition to build new freedom cities on the frontier to give countless Americans a new shot
the
at home
frontier.
ownership and the American dream.
The
It's such
frontier.
a wonderful,
What year does he
beautiful
think it is?
And I'll
We're
challenge
going out
the governors
California
of
way.
all 50 states to join me in a great beautification
Well, I understand
campaign.
he does have an
We
issue with
will
dysentery,
rename our schools and boulevards not after communists, but after great American patriots.
I truly despise this guy.
We will get rid of bad and ugly buildings and return to the magnificent classical style of Western civilization.
What is this deal with architecture with the GOP? That's a weird one,
And
man.
we will support baby bonuses for a new baby boom. How does that sound? That sounds pretty. I want a baby boom.
Well, you know who he's trying to appeal to.
Oh, you men are so lucky out there. You're so lucky. You are so lucky, men. Our country will shine, thrive, and prosper like never before. All of this is within our reach, but only if we have the courage to complete the job, gut the deep state, reclaim our democracy, and banish the tyrants and Marxists into political exile forever. They are bad for us. They want us to fail. They want our country to go down. They are sick people. Change only happens if we plow fearlessly ahead and declare with one voice that the era of woke and weaponized government is over. That is our task. That is our mission. And this is the turning point and the time for that decision. Because as you've probably heard me say before, we will not back down. We will not bend. We will not quit. We will not yield. We will press forward with push. We will press forward with vigor. We will push onward, and we will finish what we started. We started a great, great positive revolution.
Kind of sounds
ever
like
seen
Joe
anything
Biden's
like
finished
it
the
before.
job.
It's called Make America Great Again. We want to make America great again.
Okay, so he's just sticking with the old one. All right.
We will cross the finish line. We will dismantle the deep state. We will demolish woke tyranny, and we will restore the American Republic to all of its radiant glory.
Remember,
And with God's help and your support,
he's giving you the prescription
we
for dealing
will
with him.
make America powerful again. We want to have a powerful country. We need to have a powerful country. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. That's what we want. We want strength. We will make America, think of your heart pounding. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again, not like our streets of the cities, which are a disgrace for the entire world to watch. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. CPAC, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well, what's the recap here? The recap is, to the surprise of few, this guy has returned entirely to being just pure fascist. Donald Trump did. Let me go out of this for a second. Donald Trump did nothing surprising in that speech, and yet it was shocking because he is. I mean, we've had to learn the code words he uses, and you wouldn't even need them to translate that. He's going to literally use the government to go after his political enemies. That's his plan. He just made that crystal clear. He said he is going to use federal arms, to use federal muscle to attack cities. He said he is going to attack the Justice Department. We are so far past the point of being able to play at the assumption that this guy might be innocent, that this guy could theoretically not have committed crimes. We can't do that anymore. We've played this game with the Justice Department, pretending like there's any justification for waiting years and years and years to get even one conviction. We have, in fact, there will be a video later doing a quicker summary of this, but we have, in fact, passed the point where we can, where the statute of limitations would allow us to prosecute about half the crimes he did while in office. Think about that. He officially got away with them because we waited too long. We are now watching this guy do campaign speeches. We are now watching this guy doing everything he can to cue up a civil war, to make sure that his second try at overthrowing the American government has people in the right places on the inside. He's now working with fascist dictators from around the world, which he is hosting here. He had Viktor Orban at the CPAC, for God's sake. He's now working with them. And I have no doubt they are advising him as to how a military coup works. He's going to try to put loyalist generals in charge. This is our last chance to put him in prison. We have to take it. DOJ contact link is in the description. Tell Garland it's time for charges now. Well, I would like to, first let's read some comments, and then I would very much like to have a look at that article Real Bill P was talking about, because it did look interesting. Read some of these comments, though. Look up Leonard Leo and Dark Money and the Federalist Society. Christ. I will. I'm partially familiar with both Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society, but I have no doubt we're going to get a dark story when I look up specifically what you've asked for. I will. Jake, I am a disabled veteran, Bill says, and by the way, thank you for your service. And retired college professor, by the way, thank you for that service as well. I have major health problems. I currently am on 36 prescriptions to keep me alive. Biden saved my life. I am glad to hear that those drugs are a little bit cheaper for you. It makes me furious that money is even a concern when it comes to health. I think that is your right to be healthy. As healthy as we can make you, I'm going to keep advocating for that, to be free for you. The Churchill part of the speech, says Leon Russo. Thank Christ that's done. Yeah, agreed. I might do a separate breakdown of the speech. I might just get sassy in the editing room with it, but we got to handle this guy. Real Bill P says, Christo fascists at CPAC 2023. Yep. Leon Russo says, the decent part of the Republican Party has been effectively neutered by the Treason Caucus and the servile supine Republican Caucus. Yes, they are no longer interested in democracy. Yes, correct. I do think their connections and political savviness will mean they stay in politics, and I think we're simply going to watch a mass exodus from the GOP to the Democratic Party. And I just want to get you guys ready. We need to make the Democratic Party as left-wing as we can in 2024, assuming the country survives 2024. If the country survives, then I think we're going to have Democrats in control of the House, Senate, and presidency. I do think that is a probability. Let's look at that scenario, though. If that is what we do indeed have, expect to be taking in refugees from the GOP. You look at the Republican Party as the grand old party, the old-fashioned Republicans, and MAGA. I'm just using this as shorthand. Those GOP folks, when we take them in, we're going to be taking in their donors as well. There's going to be a huge influx of corporate cash to the Democratic Party, and you're going to have a ton of people who have a D next to them who are suddenly voting for very pro-corporate things. Now, we already have a lot of Democrats voting for pro-corporate things, but we're going to have more, which means we need to offset that early. The party they enter into needs to be more left than it is right now. So be very active in these primary states. Be very active, excuse me, not in these primary states, in your primaries, in your states, in these state primaries. Be very active and get the most left candidates you possibly can on the ballot. That's going to be of the utmost importance. Because we're going to need to offset what is, I think, inevitable, which is the influx of GOP people. Let me, it's just visually going to be your old pal Jake reading because I don't have the ability to screen share this yet. Working on that. Let's have a look, though, at this article from the New York Times. Yeah, it's breaking, as Real Bill P said. Washington, a little more than a week after the television networks called the 2020 presidential election for Joseph R. Biden Jr., top executives and anchors at Fox News held an after-action meeting to figure out how they had messed up. Not because they had gotten the key call wrong, but because they had gotten it right. Oh, boy. And they had got it right before anyone else. It's true. This was the Fox News division that did this. Typically, it is a point of pride for a news network to be the first to project election winners. True. But Fox is no typical news network, and in the days following the 2020 vote, it was besieged with angry protests, not only from President Donald J. Trump's camp, but from its own viewers, because it had called the battleground state of Arizona for Mr. Biden. Again, they got that correct. Never mind that the call was correct. Oh, well, they got it. Fox executives worried that they would lose viewers to hard-right competitors like Newsmax. That was a true concern. What they were not concerned about was truth. And so, on Monday, November 16, Susan Scott, the chief executive of Fox News Media, and Jay Wallace, the network's president, convened a Zoom meeting for an extraordinary discussion with an unusual goal. According to a recording of the call, according to a recording of the call reviewed by the New York Times, how to keep, let me go back for a second. The Susan Scott and Jay Wallace convened a Zoom meeting for a discussion with an unusual goal of how to keep from angering the network's conservative audience again by calling an election for a Democrat before the competition. That's crazy. Maybe the Fox executives mused they should abandon the sophisticated new election projecting system in which Fox had invested millions of dollars in, and revert to the slower, less accurate model. Again, they're looking at undoing an investment of millions of dollars they just spent because it's accurate. That's the problem, is it's accurate. Oh, God. Or maybe they should base calls not solely on numbers, but on how viewers might react. This is their news people talking. Or maybe they should delay calls, even if they were right, to keep the audience in suspense and boost viewership. Listen, says a quote, it's one of the sad realities. If we hadn't called Arizona those 3 or 4 days following Election Day, our ratings would have been bigger, Mr. Scott said. The mystery would have still been hanging out there. Oh, my God. Brett Baer and Martha McCollum, the two main anchors, suggested it was not enough to call a state based on numerical calculations, the standard by which networks have made such determinations for generations, but that viewer reaction should be considered. In a Trump environment, Ms. McCallum said, the game is just very, very different. Oh, my God, this is embarrassing. The conversation captured the sense of crisis enveloping Fox after the election and underscored its unique role in the conservative political ecosystem. The network's conduct in this period has come under intense scrutiny in a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit by Dominion Voting Systems. Court filings in recent days revealed that Fox executives and hosts considered fraud claims by the Trump camp to be really crazy stuff. So again, let's just be clear. Make sure that your MAGA community members know that Fox executives and hosts, including Tucker Carlson, including Sean Hannity, including Laura Ingraham, considered fraud claims by the Trump camp to be really crazy stuff. Fox lied to them. Make sure they know that. You don't have to ask them to stop believing the lie, but just make sure that they understand correctly that Fox lied to them. And let them work it out from there. Yet they pushed it on air anyway. The recording of the November 16th meeting adds further context to the atmosphere inside the network at the time, when executives were on the defensive because of their Arizona call and feared alienating Mr. Trump and his supporters. In a statement Saturday, the network said Fox News stood by the Arizona call despite intense scrutiny, given the extremely narrow 0.3% margin and a new projection mechanism that no other network had. Of course, there would be a wide-ranging post-mortem surrounding the call and how it was executed, no matter the candidates. Except they go back up. He says, no matter the candidates, of course it was going to be scrutinized. Let's go back up to what Mr. Scott, a.k.a. Suzanne Scott, the chief executive of Fox News. Let's look at what Miss Scott, said. Listen, it's one of the sad realities. If we hadn't called Arizona those 3 or 4 days following election day, our ratings would have been bigger. The mystery still would have been hanging out there. Miss McCallum said, in a Trump environment, the game is just very, very different. Going back down to their little response that they gave, they said, of course, there would be a wide-ranging post-mortem surrounding the call and how it was executed, no matter the candidates. And yet, 3 paragraphs up, McCallum says, in a Trump environment, the game is just very, very different. So Fox doesn't even agree with itself in this article. We need to no longer concern ourselves with the opinions of registered Republicans. Their political opinions need to not be a factor in our decision making any longer, because they don't have political beliefs. It's that simple. They don't have political beliefs. Well, folks, I had a blast hanging out with you this afternoon. Let's read a couple more comments before we scoot on out of here. Leon Russo says the decent part of the Republican Party has been... Oh, we talked about that. Yes, they have been neutered. Murdoch's News Corp, as Leon Russo says, Murdoch's News Corp has basically dictated the outcomes of every Australian federal election since 1972. Yeah, there was a... All right, I'm going to finish your comment. In May 2022, the Australian people went against the unprecedented onslaught of the near-universal right-wing propaganda from News Corp and elected a center-left government. Hell yeah, Australia. Australia got sick and tired of hearing the same old alarmist messages of fear, lies, and hate. It won't surprise you to hear that they've got a major Nazi movement as well. The tide has turned for us. Hell yeah, well done. One of the only countries that doesn't have a major Nazi movement in it right now is New Zealand. Jacinda Ardern, the PM of New Zealand at the time, was asked, why don't you guys have a Nazi problem? Everybody else seems to have a serious problem with literally neo-Nazis cropping up. What was her answer? Her answer was, we don't have Rupert Murdoch. If we can get that guy in a prison cell, we should put him there. But at a minimum, he shouldn't be allowed to run a network in our country. He certainly shouldn't be welcome in our country. That guy, he's an American citizen. I take it back. We should just put him in prison. I'm sure he's broken a law. I'm sure he's broken thousands of laws. But regardless, the problem has been identified. It's Murdoch. Real Bill P says the punitive award, in addition to the $1.6 billion, could end Fox. God, I hope so. And speaking of getting rid of Murdoch, the fact that he might cause this to happen, that could cause the board at Fox to boot him out. I'm really hoping for that. Punitive damages could exceed $5 billion, Real Bill P says, in a jury trial situation. Woo! I hope so. I hope the jury recognizes that no books will be thrown unless they're the ones doing it. Hurl the book at them. All the prosecutor should have to say before, this is what Fox said in playing the tape, all the prosecutor should have to say is what the max amount they can award is. They can't actually say that, I'm pretty sure, but hint at it. Leon Russo says, and the tide will turn for America too. No Murdoch in New Zealand. Exactly. And thank you for the well wishes. I think the tide is turning, and I think it's going to be a bloody tide. I don't think the old GOP is going to die with dignity. I think the next couple of years for America are going to be some of the roughest. And even as I am optimistic about our political future, I do have to acknowledge that all progress comes with a regressive backlash. So I am fully understanding that our terrorism problem is going to get more intense. It will either be terrorism or it will be state-sanctioned violence, but I don't see a way we get past this era without more ugliness from the right. But hopefully it begins with Trump going to prison. Catherine Wolf, great to see you, Catherine. Thank you for you. Wow, my gosh, you made it. You were a true G, my friend. You made it through the whole stream. Thanks, Jake. She says, thank you for joining me, Catherine. Leon Russo says, when Rupert dies, the board will most certainly close down a number of news corpses, paper, newspaper. Great show, Jake. Well, thank you all. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to try to edit down some of this, see if we can do some of it in a video. But of course, we do try to do live streams every day, except for when I'm all wound up about doing an interview. Hopefully you'll check out some of those, check out some of our more content. If you enjoyed it, consider liking and subscribing. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake.